I'd like to call to order the March 10th, 2022 Board of Adjustment meeting. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to start with the regular board members first. Kathy Longton.
Here.
Stephen Craddock.
Present.
Sam Miller.
Present.
Earl Bell. Troy Breathwaite.
Present.
Our alternate member is Robin Kane.
Present.
Okay. It appears quorum has been met with 4 regular members and 1 alternate member present. Due to the absence of regular board member Carol Bell, the alternate board member Robin Kane will serve in her place tonight. All right. We'll move on to the election of the chairman and the vice chairman of this board tonight. Clerk, can you please proceed with the nominations for the chairman?
At this time, I'll ask for nominations for the chairman.
I'd like to nominate Troy Breathwaite.
I'll second that,
All right.
if you'd like to continue.
Sure. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. All right. Thank you.
At this time,
Go ahead.
At this time, I'll ask for nominations for the vice chairman.
I'd like to nominate Stephen Craddock.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda?
So, Mr. Chairman, I understand that the county is going to request to withdraw item B on new business.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the county is rescinding the notice of violation that is the subject of the appeal on item B. We will reissue that notice of violation with hopes of rectifying the county's concerns, but at this time, we are rescinding that notice of violation.
Okay.
And if I may, and Mr. Weber and I think we had talked about, and then consolidating items A and C to be heard all together.
Yeah, that was my assumption as well.
Right. Well, they obviously are related and interrelated, although really item C could be taken on its own, but if we want to deal with them as one, we can do that. All right. Any other changes?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the agenda with the changes noted by county.
All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right. Motion carries. All right. On to the approval of minutes. It's been a minute, I reckon, since the last time we were in here. February 11th, 2021. Are there any changes to the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right. Motion carries. Okay. If there's anyone in the audience wishing to speak on an item on the agenda tonight who is not the applicant, please sign in to speak if you have not already done so. I'd also like to take a moment to just make clear what we are doing here tonight. This is a quasi-judiciary hearing. It functions similar to a court proceeding. So it is not a public hearing in the sense that the podium is open for public comment. So we really would like to limit comments to those who are officially sworn in and who are prepared to present relevant information pertinent to the case.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask two logistical questions.
Certainly.
First one is, we have some witnesses who we plan to call to testify. They may or may not have signed up, but they're going to be sworn, I think.
Okay.
Would you like them to sign up as well?
As long as they're sworn. As long as they're sworn and they're part of your testimony, that's fine.
Okay. And secondly, as last time, I would request just a few minutes for an opening statement. I don't know when you put that in the agenda, but I'd request that as well.
Absolutely. Would you like to do that just prior to your testimony, or would you like to do that up front?
Well, I feel like if the county puts on a witness, I need to cross-examine, and then I gave an opening, that would be kind of strange. So I would request to do it up front, but it's at your discretion.
Okay.
So I would start, once you call the new business, I would start and give each party opportunity to kind of give a brief opening, and then the county can begin by, I believe, with their staff presentation, and then from there.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every board member to avoid conflicts of interest. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming to the board tonight? If so, please identify the conflict and refrain from any participation in the particular matter involved.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a statement. Just so the board and the audience understands, I have worked for Attorney Stephen Weber in the past. Last year, I performed valuation services for him and testified as an expert witness before the Board of Commissioners, and that was in relation to the Balance Sand Mine project that was occurring in Moyock. And I feel like I can still do my job as a board member here tonight. That has no bearing of what will happen in this particular case, and I feel confident I can make a impartial and unbiased opinion based on the evidence that's presented here tonight.
Okay. All right. Any discussion of that? Okay.
County wish to be heard?
Just for the record, the county has no objection to Mr. Currituck participating in this matter.
Okay. Thank you. All right. At this time, I guess we will move to the swearing in. We would like to swear in participants, including the staff. If you're representing any of the applicants or you want to speak to any of the cases tonight, please come up and be sworn in. Okay, please state your name for the clerk. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, thank you. You may be seated.
If we could just have a rundown, everybody could one at a time give their name for the record. I don't think the clerk knows who has been sworn, and there's a number of people here, so that way we can keep track of the record. If you just were sworn, if you'll give the clerk your name, please.
Donald Oliver, Assistant Planning Director. Lauren, Assistant Planning Director.
Lauren Edith, Bible and Associates.
Stephanie Richard, East Carolina University.
Frank Gray, attorney. Joe Sadler, engineer. Greg Linsmeyer, Blue Water Development.
I'm back at Gray. Frank Gray?
Yeah.
Okay. And engineer?
Joe Sadler, SADLL. Greg Linsmeyer, LINSMEYER, with Blue Water Development.
And Mike Faulkner, CLUMPNER, with Threat Suppression Incorporated.
Okay, so we're going to go right into new business here based on the revision to the agenda. We have two action items that will serve as a single action item tonight. BOA 20-03, 85 and Sunny LLC, appeal two notices of violation dated 6/10/2020 and 7/24/2020 for placing on-frame modular dwelling units within a non-conforming campground located at 1631 Water Lily Road, tax map 79, parcel 1, Poplar Branch Township. Also, BOA 21-02, 85 and Sunny LLC, appeal of the denial for an aerator fountain minor site plan application dated 11/16/2021. The property is located at 1631 Water Lily Road, tax map 79, parcels 1 through 4, Poplar Branch Township. And at this time, I'd like you to go ahead and make your opening statement, and then we'll have the county present their opening statement and then begin to present their case.
If you give me just a moment to set up a board or two.
Sir, absolutely.
I remember my boards from last time. I try not to drop them. I put them here, hopefully. How about I'll put right here? That'll be perfect. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, my name is Steve Weber. I'm with the Outer Banks West Hayway Campground, and we're here on the two issues that the Chairman mentioned. I wanted to start with why we're here specifically and why I think we both agreed to treat this as one. What you see on the board here is an email, and that email is a denial of a minor site plan application. The site plan application that we submitted was for an aerator fountain. And an aerator fountain, as you may know from the agenda packet and from walking through the park, is essentially a round fountain that sends water in a circle. The reason for a fountain like that is twofold. Number one, it's because it cuts down on mosquitoes. Makes a lot of sense, right? The second reason is because it is a health and safety issue, because this is a drafting pond at the campground for fire suppression services. The fountain will reduce algae so that the fire trucks don't get clogged up. That's the long and short of it. That's why we're here tonight, is the county denied that application. Now, if you can imagine, about the quarter of the size of this dais here is the size of the fountain on a 400-acre parcel, which is about 100 football fields. That's what we're dealing with tonight. And the reason there are two issues is, if you look at the board, you'll see there are two reasons for the denial. The first reason was the site contains alleged violations that have not been corrected. The second is the proposed improvement is not consistent with a letter of determination issued by Ms. Moses. I'm going to get it wrong. Cicero. Did I get that right? Okay, sorry about that. It is not consistent with a letter of determination issued by Ms. Cicero, January 7 of 2019. Now, we'll talk about those in a minute. But as you saw from the folks who stood up to get sworn, we have a number of witnesses tonight, and we have a number of documents to go through. But the good news is that at the end of the night, you'll only have to answer two questions. First question is, are the units out at the campground manufactured homes, or are they recreational vehicles? That's question one. Question two is that fountain I just talked about a health and safety maintenance issue, or is it an expansion of a non-conforming use? Those are your two questions. That's it. So what I'd like to do is take about 5 minutes and explain why you should reach the conclusion that we argue. The first reason is the notice of violation. All right? On the park models. These are called park models. Let me show them to you. So the blue and the yellow, these are called park model recreational vehicles. What you see here is a skirt, a white skirt, and that skirt is put on for decorative purposes. The white skirt can be popped off at any time, and what you'll see in the evidence is when these skirts are popped off, this unit is sitting on wheels and an axle, ready to roll at any time. What you'll see behind the truck is there's a tongue or a hitch, just like you'd put any trailer on your pickup truck. That is covered by a skirt as well, again, for decorative purposes. That can be popped off. These things can be moved. So the question is this a mobile home or is this a recreational vehicle? That's the whole issue. That's the first question you need to ask. And let me tell you, we believe this is a recreational vehicle for many reasons. First reason, it was built as a recreational vehicle. Second, it was certified as a recreational vehicle. Third, it was built to different standards from a mobile home. Fourth, it has a vehicle identification number, just like your Subaru or your pickup truck. And fifth, it can be pulled out at any time and moved. The only reason it looks like this is because we want a nice appearance at the campground. Now, you may all be familiar with the campground. Called Outer Banks West KOA Campground. Here's where we are tonight. If you come south, go around up to the top, it's on this sound point. This is a peninsula. That's going to be important a little bit later. But what you need to know is that this campground used to be called Hampton Lodge, and if any of you ever went out to Hampton Lodge, you'll realize it was a dump. Right? But my client came in, spent a significant amount of money to turn this into a 4-star holiday KOA campground. If you haven't been out there recently, I encourage you to do so. It's beautiful. Spend all day out there today. What you don't see are mobile homes. What you don't see are people living in these campers. This right here, a maximum 2-week rental, only open in the summer, and no one can stay here permanently. That's one of the issues we'll talk about in a minute. But I don't want you all to take my word for it. We'll listen to what the county says, but we have 2 expert witnesses that you'll hear from. The first expert is Joe Sadler. He just retired from the North Carolina Department of Insurance. He was in a division that had to determine what is a mobile home and what is a recreational vehicle. Now you ask yourself, why does the state care? Right? Why does the state care if it's a mobile home or if it's an RV? The reason is the state doesn't want people living permanently in an RV. And the reason is RVs are not built to the same codes that our houses are built, as mobile homes are built. They're built to a special set of standards for campers because folks aren't living in them full time. The state of North Carolina is concerned that campers aren't safe to live in full time. So Mr. Sadler's job was to develop a division that goes out and inspects these mobile homes or RVs and decide which is it. Is it a mobile home? Is it a recreational vehicle? In fact, Mr. Sadler developed a memorandum that explains exactly what to look for to determine if it's a mobile home or a recreational vehicle. He will tell you unequivocally, these are recreational vehicles for many, many reasons. Second of all, we have an individual, Frank Gray, who's a governmental affairs advocate for the manufacturers and manufacturers and Modular Home Builders Association. What his job is to do is to educate and convince lawmakers what a mobile home is and what a mobile home isn't. He's going to tell you unequivocally, these are recreational vehicles, not mobile homes. You also hear from 2 others. In fact, one is the actual manufacturers of all 21 that are out at the campground. That manufacturer will say, these are recreational vehicles. In fact, the manufacturer builds both. The manufacturer has a division that builds mobile homes, a division that builds RVs. They're certified to different standards, and their company does both. And he will say, the 21 I sold out to the campground, they're RVs. Well, we wouldn't have sold mobile homes to them. These are RVs. And so you'll also finally, you'll hear a statement from the senior governmental affairs person for the Recreational Vehicle Industry Association. He will say, these are park mobile RVs. They're not mobile homes. So that's question one. Question two is this fountain here a health and safety issue, or is it an expansion of a non-conforming use? I think it's pretty straightforward. You put a fountain in a pond, it does two things. It kills algae, and it keeps away mosquitoes. Why is it important to kill algae? Because the pond actually has a fire hydrant in it that the county approved. And the fire hydrant is for fire suppression, so the first responders can get to the campground, put out a fire. You can't just put a hose in the ocean, in the sound, and suck out water. So this pond was created just for that purpose. And as you can see, I mentioned a second ago, this is on the sound. There's one way in and one way out. It's tough to get there. But I don't want you to take my word for it. You're going to hear from two people. You heard them when they were introduced today. The first one, Dr. Stephanie Richards. Dr. Richards is an entomologist at East Carolina University. Her specialty happens to be mosquitoes. She spent her life studying mosquitoes. She's going to tell you a fountain disturbs water so the larvae from the mosquito cannot come to the surface. Thus, they don't live. So a fountain keeps down the mosquitoes, and it keeps the diseases, protects the camper, keeps the diseases away from the campers. All right? Just on that point, if you think that's silly, if you've never been out there, this was taken this past summer, at one of the park model recreational vehicles. That's a lot of bugs. So you'll hear from Dr. Richards that fountain will reduce the mosquitoes and the midges at the campground. The final witness you'll hear from is Dr. Klumpner. Dr. Klumpner is a battalion chief, fire individual. He's been a firefighter for decades. He also has a fire protection service. He will tell you about why the pond was built, why the pond's needed for fire protection services, and how a firefighter drafts out of the pond using the fire hydrant. He'll also tell you that you're not able to use the fire hose if it's plugged up with algae. So the fountain is a way to destroy the algae so that the fire hoses work correctly. You'll see out there that it's windy, there's a lot of vegetation, there's one way in and one way out. This is the first responders' only opportunity to get water quickly. That's why we put in the application for the fountain, and it was denied. So we believe it was a health and safety issue. At the end of the day, two questions. Number one, is this an RV or a mobile home? Number two, is this a health and safety issue or an expansion of a non-conforming use? I think you'll find that these are RVs or recreational vehicles, and it absolutely is a health and safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the county would agree that the issues are essentially as Mr. Weber has stated. But first of all, it's important to understand what this campground is, as nice as it is. And there's no doubt that Blue Water has done a very fine job in bringing to this community a much better product than previously existed for many decades. But the fact of the matter is, and remains, and was the last time you heard some of this matter a couple of years ago, this is a non-conforming use of property as a campground. And so it has, because of that, a number of limitations. And one of the limitations is, under the ordinance and under black letter law in North Carolina, that there may be no expansion, enlargement, or intensification of the use. Basically, under the county's ordinance, you have what you have, or you have what you had, beginning January 1st, 2013. The second point then is with regard to what are these structures, cabins, cottages that some have called it, whether it's park model, by whatever name, we would submit that what is important for you to listen to is how the terms are defined of the types of units, camping units, that are allowed within non-conforming campgrounds. And so that is an important issue, as opposed to what the state might define a term when it is defined within the county's own UDO. And then lastly, as to the fountain, you will be hearing from the county's fire marshal and chief building inspector, Bill Nunes, who will give his view and opinion with regard to the necessity of this fountain for a fire suppression pond. And so, having heard all that, then we look forward to having a closing argument with you to wrap this up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, I would like to take a moment just to make it known to everyone here that we are here, as a reminder, we are here for an appeal. And as an appeal hearing, we are limited as a board in how we review the information presented to us tonight. And also, it's important that everyone understands that because this is an appeal, this ruling either way requires a simple majority. So we have 5 members here present, so that means the simple majority is 3 affirmative votes on each one of these issues going forward. But as a Board of Adjustment, the Board of Adjustment is limited to the following determinations in considering an appeal, which shall be based on clear and substantial evidence in the record. The decision maker did not make an error or correctly applied the standards of this ordinance in making the decision or interpretation. And in this case, the decision maker is the county, the planning staff. 2, the decision maker made an error in determining whether a standard was met. The record must indicate that an error in judgment occurred, or facts, plans, or regulations were misread in determining whether the particular standard was or was not met. 3, the decision maker made the decision based on a standard not contained in this ordinance or other appropriate county ordinances, regulations, or state law, or that a standard more strict or broad than the standard established in this ordinance was applied, or the decision maker made an error in applying a standard or measuring a standard. And also, the Board of Adjustment shall not hear any evidence or make any decision based on hardships or special considerations. Such matters may only be considered in the context of an application for a variance or use permit. So, with that said, at this time, I'd like to invite the county to begin the presentation of their case.
County calls Laurie LaCicero. Please state your name and how you're employed.
My name is Laurie LaCicero. I'm the planning director at Currituck County. I'm employed with Currituck County as the planning director.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
As for the planning director, I've been employed since 2017.
Okay. And in that capacity, you're familiar with the matter that's before the board tonight?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you familiar with the issue related to notice of violation issued on June 10th, 2020 and July 24th, 2020?
The county became aware of the KOA Hampton Lodge. Forgive me, I'll probably intermingle those names. Bringing in park models, cottages, cabins, whatever terminology we want to use, bringing those into the campground. During that June of 2020, we received notification about those models being brought in.
Now, prior to that, had you been communicating with anyone related to the campground about these units?
Yes, we have.
And bringing them into the campground?
We've been in contact with Connor and Mike Nally, who were consultants for the campground. We were also in contact with Tom Johnson, who was their attorney at the time, trying to gather information about what exactly these models were, what these units, how big they were, how were they transported, how were they used, how did they function, so that we could make a determination of whether these units were met our standards of the UDO.
And was that sometime prior to issuance of the first notice of violation in June of 2020?
Yes, there were numerous conversations and several emails back and forth between the applicant, their consultant, their engineering consultant, as well as their attorney about exactly what these models were.
Okay, and so were you and your staff then working through a determination of what these units might actually be and whether they were permitted?
We were trying to work through that. We had received, in my opinion, we had not received enough information, once again, about how these units were transported, their functionality, what they look like in setup mode, because, as I have learned, there are numerous different types of these cabins, park models, housing units, temporary camping housing units, whatever we want to call them.
Okay, and was there some point where these units were moved into the campground?
Yes, they were moved in. We were trying to work through this issue, and they were moved in June, that week of June 10th, 2020, without any, permission from the county or notification to the county that they were going to be moving them to the campground from wherever they were storing them and bringing them into the campground. We did not get notice.
Do you have any recollection of them being actually moved into the campground in 2019? Or some of them?
They were stored on there, and I think we had worked through, yes, we had, they had come on there in late winter of 2019, or in winter of 2019, and that's when we began the contact with them about, we asked them to remove them from there as we worked through this, whether it was whether they fit our UDO definition. So they had moved them in.
And what did they do in response to that request?
As you can tell by the emails that are in your packet, they were very accommodating, and we worked and gave them a couple of weeks to remove them from the property in 2019, and find a place for them to store these units until we had gathered enough information.
And so what then did you or your staff do in continuing to evaluate whether these units would be permitted in a non-conforming campground?
We received, we did some research on what were they, and research from through the DMV, how they were permitted through them. We We talked with the planning staff, talked with the other staff, the chief building inspector, working through what is an RV, what's an on-frame modular, and if he had any input on that. And we also looked at, do they fit into the category of a manufactured home?
Okay, and then what happened next?
Well, we were back and forth with the consultants, the different people representing the applicant. And let me get to my emails. And we were never able to make a determination until they had moved. We're back to it until they had moved the units back into the campground, of that they did not fit our UDO. They were not compliant with the UDO definitions.
So you learned then that they were being moved back into the campground?
Yes.
Despite your staff or you having yet to make a determination as to whether they were permitted?
Correct. No, they moved them in before we had to make that determination.
All right, and approximately what was that date?
That was that first week of June 2020, probably June 8th or June 9th.
And you've attached to the your narrative as attachment C a photograph of these units in transit to the campground, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, this was the picture of one in transit to the campground.
So this was actually in March of 2021, is that the date, is that the correct?
No, the picture, no, that came in
March picture.
no, it's not a March picture. Sorry, that's supposed to be today's date.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, that is, we received that in November, December of 2019 when they were first moving them in.
Okay, so in response to receiving information that these units were being brought into the campground without you having yet made a determination as to their permissibility, what did you do?
Once we had heard that they had moved them back into the campground, we then began the code enforcement process. Our code enforcement officer at the time went out to the campground to see what was going on, to see if they had in fact moved them, brought it in, and how many they had brought back in. And once she verified that, yes, they were on site, then we began the code enforcement process, which then led to that notice of violation letter being issued in June of 2020.
And did you actually make a site visit to inspect these units that have been brought into the campground?
Yes, well, we had made, if you could move forward. Yes, they were, when we first, so during this time, the campground was trying to get open, trying to get everything else lined up in order for them to open for the season. So we had staff that was frequently out there. They originally brought them in and set them. They did not set them up on site. They set them off to the side and stored them. And then once they had the sites further along, then they moved them actually onto the campsites. So they went from probably more the more western side of the property to specifically some of these that are on waterfront to the more eastern side of the property along the water. So we did make a site visit out there and several times during this time period. And like I said, staff was out there, building inspectors and planning staff were out there making zoning inspections along the way as they were doing things like updating their bathroom facilities and the recreation, the cafe area, the rec building that they had there, the welcome center, and we were out there looking at things several times during the spring.
And then what further investigation or research did you perform that resulted in a June 10th, 2020 notice of violation?
taking this information from the pictures that we had seen and how we saw them being stored and how we saw them set up, we looked at these pictures, we looked at this information, and then we looked at the UDO and to see how it fit into our UDO. And this is, like you said earlier, this is a non-conforming campground, and are these allowed in a non-conforming campground? Because at this time, camping, the use of a camper, a travel trailer, or a recreational vehicle for overnight stays is only allowed in a campground. So we had to figure out where this, how these fit into that. So, so we looked into the UDO, and in section Chapter 10, Section 10.5, within that we looked at the definition of camper, the definition of recreational vehicle, the definition of a travel trailer. And the definition of a camper is a portable dwelling, as a specially equipped trailer or automobile vehicle for use during casual travel and camping. A recreational vehicle is a vehicle that is built on a single chassis, 400 square feet or less when measured at the largest horizontal projection, designed to be pulled by a light-duty truck, designed primarily not for use as a permanent dwelling, but as temporary living quarters for recreational camping travel or seasonal use, is fully licensed and ready for highway use. And then we looked at travel trailer, at that definition, and a travel trailer is a structure that is intended to be transported over the streets and highways, either as a motor vehicle or attached to or hauled by a motor vehicle, and is for the temporary use of sleeping quarters, but that does not satisfy one or more definitional criteria of a manufactured home. So when you look at these and you see how they came in and how wide they are, and the fact that they're over the 8.5 feet wide, they could be up to 12 to 13 feet wide. It was our determination that these did not, because our definitions really emphasize the fact that these were ready for travel, and fully licensed and ready for highway use, that they were used during casual travel, that because they were not readily available to travel like that, that they did not fit our UDO definition.
And did you actually consider and view how these units were set up on the property?
I did. I think if you go, so here they are. They did still have their wheels on them, but they also had cinder blocks underneath them, and now I think they have skirting around them, along with stairs that are there that to get into the building. So, in looking at this and seeing it, all the accoutrements that go with this, they did not fit into the criteria of our definitions for basically casual travel. Readily able to leave the campsite, because in our non-conforming campground regulations, it specifically says that no tent or camper may be located on a campsite or campground subdivision for no more than 90 days. So the intent behind this language, and the intent I've determined through these definitions, was to have something, to not have long-term stays, or to not have items that were going to be basically there for an entire season, that it was truly going to be being able to leave the campsite after a period of 90 days.
And having just, well, I'll get to that in a moment. So in this June 10th, 2020 notice of violation, you recited that there were 9 units that had been brought into the campground, which is the nature of the violation. Is that right?
Yes.
What then caused you to issue a second notice of violation on July 24th, 2020?
They had brought in more, and at that time it went from 9 to 16.
Was that after you had issued the initial notice of violation?
Yes. And from my understanding now, there is potentially 21 of these units on the campsite, on the campground.
And you just recited a few moments ago the language within the non-conforming chapter of the Unified Development Ordinance that in any event, units or campers or recreational vehicles may not stay upon a campsite for more than 90 days. Is that right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have these units been moved from the sites on which they were originally placed?
To my knowledge, they have not been moved.
So they would have been there since June and July of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now you've gone to the site, the campground, a number of times, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And what is the property surrounded by?
Well, it is at the end of Water Lily Road, at the end of Churches Island, and it is surrounded by the Sound and all around. It is a peninsula out in the into the Currituck Sound. The property itself, probably the western half is it's very wet. Lots of wetlands and marsh back there. The majority of the campground is on the uplands, although there will be some areas that are designated marsh. But the majority of the campsites are on the eastern side next to the water, but there's marsh all around it, or marsh at least on the majority of the western side of the campground.
And in the opening statement, I alluded to a matter about this campground having been before this board previously, and that involved a letter of determination written by you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was January 7th, 2019, letter of determination that you wrote at that time?
Yes.
And what type of, I guess you did extensive research as you prepared that letter of determination, is that correct?
I did.
And did this board affirm that letter of determination?
They did.
And in the course of that research on that particular issue, did you determine whether there were structures like these or units like these that were located on the property at any time during the history of Hampton Lodge Campground?
In our research that we had, there was nothing that indicated there was anything of this type of unit that was located on there.
And did you find in that research that there was this type of unit or structure located within the Hampton Lodge Campground at January 1, 2013?
Nothing that fit this specific criteria. No.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
At this point, I'd ask you to question.
Yes, please. Ms. Cicero, I drove my truck onto the campground today, and I didn't call you for a permit. If my truck complies with the UDO, I can drive it onto the campground anytime I want, right?
Yes.
There were 20 other trucks, which makes a total of 21 trucks. Those trucks comply with the UDO. I can drive them on the campground anytime I want without getting a permit, right?
Well, that's a vehicle, yes.
It's a vehicle. It has a vehicle identification number from the North Carolina Department of Transportation, right?
Yes.
And don't the park model recreational vehicles have that same vehicle identification number from the North Carolina Department of Transportation?
They do have a VIN. However, I don't know if these are they're park models. If they
I couldn't pull one out.
I don't think they meet our definition of the UDO.
All right, but if they did meet your definition of the UDO, you'd have no reason to stop them from coming in, right?
If they meet our definition and are in compliance with the UDO, they would be allowed in.
My truck, my vehicle came in today. Was it in compliance with the UDO when I drove it in?
Yes.
And I didn't get a permit from you, right?
Are you going to keep it there for more than 90 days?
My guess is I'm going to go home tomorrow.
Oh, I think these could potentially stay there for more than 90 days.
Well, let's talk about that 90 days. You said that your notice of violation on the 10th and the 24th were about the 90-day issue. Is that right?
No.
So what's before the board is the notice of violation on June 10th and the notice of violation on June 24th. Is that right?
For bringing in, yes.
And that's all that's before the board today, except for the fountain, right?
Yes.
So we have to look at the June 10, 2020 notice of violation and the July 24th notice of violation to see if it talks about the 90-day issue, right?
Correct.
Because if it doesn't talk about the 90-day issue, that's not before the board. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, may I pass out some notebooks?
Sorry.
Now, last time I did this, the board was concerned about killing trees, and I apologize for that. What I did though this time is that I did double-sided notice I tape, and I can take these back when you're done, and I can recycle them.
Do you have any minors for?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you. I figured there was another box coming.
So what I have is a series of exhibits for the table of contents, and I'd like you to turn to tab 4 if you would. You don't have one. It makes it hard for you, doesn't it?
It does.
If you can turn to Exhibit 4. This is your June 10 notice of violation. You see that?
Yes.
Is this what you wrote?
Yes.
All right, I'd like you to look through that and tell me where it talks about 90-day restriction on vehicles in the camper.
At this point, they were not in there for 90 days, so that wasn't the violation.
All right, so we're not, as of the June 10, 2020 notice of violation, the 90-day requirement's not in here, correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to number 6. All right, this is the July 24, 2020 notice of violation. Please tell me and show the board where the 90-day requirement shows up.
Once again, they had not been on for 90 days yet.
So what's before the board are the 2 notices of violation before the 90-day window was even tripped, right?
Yes.
And as soon as a notice of violation is appealed, then the issue becomes stayed
Correct.
until tonight, correct?
Correct.
So there's nothing before the board today about the 90-day issue, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's talk about non-conforming uses. Is there a discussion about non-conforming uses in your notice of violation?
No.
So we're not talking about non-conforming uses. We're not talking about the 90-day requirements, correct?
Correct.
The only thing we're talking about here tonight is whether these park model units are recreational vehicles or manufactured homes. Is that right?
I think we're talking about whether they meet the county's UDO.
And the county's UDO has definitions about manufactured homes and recreational vehicles. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's what you're basing your entire notice of violation on. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so the other thing I want to look at is, I think Mr. McCree showed you the letter of determination, or talked to you about your letter of determination. Is that right?
Yes.
So that letter of determination is found at number 11.
Okay.
And this was your letter of determination regarding essentially campsites. Is that right? And there were some other items like a pool, things like that.
I think it was about Hampton Lodge KOA in general.
Okay. So if it was about Hampton Lodge and KOA in general, show us in the board in your letter of determination where we talk about park model recreational vehicles.
We don't specifically talk about park models in the letter of determination.
Okay. So the letter of determination was prior to these notices of violation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how is the letter of determination relevant at this point?
Well, this was the basis for the number of campsites, the modifications that could be done to the campsite, and continuing a nonconforming use, making modifications to a nonconforming use.
But the letter of determination talked about campsites.
Among other things.
The patch of grass where you put a recreational vehicle, right?
Among other things, it talked about the number of campsites. It also talked about modifications that could be made within the campground.
That's right. And so the patch of grass where I want to move my trailer, that's what a campsite is, right?
Yes.
It's not what trailer goes on the campsite, correct?
Correct.
So your letter of determination talks nothing about the trailer that goes on the campsite. It only talks about the campsite.
It only talks about the number of campsites because that was what that was the request.
And so the letter of determination then has nothing to do with the park model recreational vehicles we're talking about today, right?
Other than, I think it talks about the modifications that can be made and what can be done in general with a non-conforming campground.
And again, whether I bring a trailer on Thursday or Monday to a campsite, that's not covered in your letter of determination, correct?
No.
All right, this is the denial of the fountain. And this also, board members, is behind tab number 3. 2. This was written to me from Ms. Volova, and your copy, is that right?
Yes.
Did you direct Ms. Volova to write this denial?
I did not direct her. No.
Who directed her?
Kevin Kemp and the county attorney.
All right. And so there are 2 reasons, is that right, for the denial. Number 1, the site contains alleged violations, and that is the park model issue we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Number 2, the proposed improvement is not consistent with the letter of determination issued by Lori LaCicero, dated January 7, 2019, and affirmed by the North Carolina Court of Appeals. You see that?
Yes.
Now we're talking about the fountain, right?
Yes.
So now, since you have your letter of determination open, can you show me where we talk about fountains in your letter of determination?
It does not specifically talk about fountains.
Does it generally talk about fountains?
It says, applying these definitions, it is my determination that something needs to exist before a change, alteration, or amendment can be made. Considering the fact that the county has not allowed the expansion of recreational residential zoning district in the applicable years and in 2013 completely eliminated campgrounds as a permitted use in Currituck County, only changes to existing buildings and structures are permitted, Existing facilities are those facilities illustrated in plans submitted to 1996 and 1997 with special events, conditional use permit applications. And it goes on that these facilities are restroom facilities, piers, docks, bulkheads, camp stores, and other recreation facilities. New facilities listed in the application, such as a new bathroom and swimming pool, pool house, and the like, are not permitted.
So if I understand this correctly, you're saying that a 5-foot fountain on a site that's 100 football fields large is an improper expansion of a nonconforming use. That's your position.
It is an expansion and a continuation of a nonconforming use. It's an intensification of a nonconforming use.
All right. So there is an exception in the UDO for health and safety maintenance. Is that right?
I think it's to keep things in good standing, nonconforming uses.
This is behind tab 23. Is this what you're looking for here? Behind 21. I'm sorry. I took a few things out. And what you'll see, the board members, is every board I have here is behind 21. So if you need to look a little closer at boards, that's where they are.
So behind 21?
21, correct.
So minor repairs and maintenance, minor repairs and normal maintenance that are required to keep nonconforming uses, structures, lots of record, site features, and signs in a safe condition are permitted, provided the minor repair of maintenance does not extend, expand, or enlarge the nonconforming aspect. For the purpose of this section, minor repair or normal maintenance shall mean maintenance of safe condition, repairs that are necessary to maintain a nonconforming use, structure, lot of record, site feature, or sign in a safe condition, and maintenance of land for safety, maintenance of land area and site aspects to protect against health hazards and promote the safety of surrounding uses.
All right, let's look at that last one, B, maintenance of land for safety. It says maintenance of land areas. You would agree that the pond is a land area, right?
Yes?
And site aspects to protect against health hazards and promote the safety of surrounding uses. Do you see that?
Yes?
So wouldn't you agree with me that a fountain that allows first responders access to water is a health issue?
It could be, but there's also, it says maintenance of land area, repairs are necessary to maintain the non-conforming use, maintenance, minor repairs and normal maintenance. This is a new item that is being brought into this, and it's going to extend the life of the non-conforming use.
Well, let me ask you this. Now, when my client bought the campground and it became a non-conforming campground, was there a fire hydrant at the pond?
You said you and your client bought it, it became a non-conforming use?
Or
He already was a non-conforming use.
Okay, so was there a fire hydrant
No,
at the pond?
no,
Now, the fire hydrant was new, right?
yes,
But you all approved it because it was a health and safety issue, right?
yes,
And you approved the expanded pond so that there was enough water for the fire trucks, right?
we approved the pond for stormwater.
And to draft, so the firefighters could draft out of it, correct?
That would be another use that could be used for, but it was they needed it bigger for stormwater.
Now, if we look at the approved plans for the major site plan, we will see that there was a fire hydrant approved, which means that the pond was used for fire drafting purposes, correct?
Yes,
And so you have a new and expanded pond for fire protection. You have a new fire hydrant for fire protection. None of those are non-conforming use expansions, correct?
they were allowed.
And they were allowed why?
They were allowed for health and safety, to improve the health and safety.
So if I need to maintain the fire hydrant, and the only way I can get algae out of the fire hydrant is to put a fountain in,
Is that the only way?
but what if it's the way that's the best?
But I think maybe it's the way that's preferred.
So if it's the way that's preferred, wouldn't that be a health and safety issue?
Potentially.
Well, potentially, I'm asking you as the planning director. It is, isn't it?
Potentially.
Well, the board is looking at you to make a decision. Is keeping algae out of a fire hydrant a health and safety issue?
It would be if that's the only option you have.
So what you're
But
saying
there was
is,
also violations. If you notice in Mrs. Volva's email, it was the violations that were on the property as well as a reason that it was denied, that the permit was denied. And it wasn't, in our view, it was not consistent with the letter of determination.
right, so, and that's what I'm getting at. We're not talking about the violations, we're talking about the letter of determination and the health and safety issue. So I'll ask you again, is a fountain that keeps algae out of the pond so that the fire hydrant doesn't get clogged up, maintenance of a health and safety issue?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to park models, okay? Who directed you to issue the notices of violation?
Who directed me to issue the notice of violation?
This is the June 10th and July 24th notice of violation.
It was the county manager at the time, after looking at our, all of our code enforcement investigation to that point. And we collectively, between the county manager, the county attorney, planning staff, we decided to issue the notice of violation.
All right, and the June 10 notice of violation and July 24th notice of violation are basically the same, right?
Yes.
The only difference is you use the word July in the July.
I think there's also a number difference. I think the June 9th one, the June 10th one, there were 9 on-frame modular dwelling, on-frame units. And then in July, there were now 16.
All right, but the reasons for the NOV are identical.
Yes.
All right, and if you could turn to tab 12, please. This is an affidavit by Greg Lindsmeyer. Do you know Mr. Lindsmeyer?
I believe he was a general manager maybe at one point for the KOA Outer Banks West.
Do you know what an affidavit is?
Yes.
Affidavit is a sworn statement by a party, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever issue affidavits?
Do I ever issue affidavits? No. I signed them.
Yes. And did you sign any affidavits in connection with this case?
No.
All right, if you look at, there's some photographs behind. Mr. Lindsmeyer. If the board can see those, these are double-sided, so they're a little bit difficult to see, but let's just go through these photographs. Let's start with the first one. That's the second one, if you don't mind going one more forward. There we go. The first one, this is the first one, board members, after Exhibit A. And have you ever seen the pond?
Yes.
And this is, I'll represent to you, and we'll hear from Mr. Lindsmeyer, that this is the pond with algae in it. Have you seen the pond in this state before?
It was not in the state.
let's turn to the next. Now, you said that the pond was approved.
The expansion of the pond.
The expansion of
The pond was already existing,
Okay, so the expansion of the pond was approved, correct?
yes,
And this is the result of that expansion, is that right?
yes.
All right, the next photograph, this is the fire hydrant. Now, the fire hydrant, isn't it true that the campground worked with local fire rescue officials to make sure that the fire hydrant was just right for the fire department?
That would be a question for the fire department.
So you don't know that?
I would assume they did.
You don't know if the fire department came out and hooked up and said, this looks great? You don't know that?
That would be a question for other staff.
Let's go to the next one. The next one's another picture of the pond, but I want to focus on the next one, and that is these park model RVs. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that this is an upgrade from the Hampton Lodge days, right?
I agree with what the county attorney said, that it is a better product out there now.
All right, so have you seen these white skirtings at the bottom of these units?
Yes,
And have you seen these pulled off to see what's underneath them?
yes.
And tell me
Well, I
what-
hadn't seen them pulled off. I saw them at the point where they were on, prior to the skirting being put on.
Now, they weren't sitting on cinder blocks. The cinder blocks are there for the hurricane straps, right?
Possibly?
You don't want an RV blowing away in a hurricane, right?
We would prefer to have them moved out of the way during a hurricane.
All right, we'll get to that in a minute. But let's look at the next one. So do you see the yellow park model RV?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the little triangle on which the air conditioner sits?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
It's probably the tongue for the hitch.
Or the hitch? So we'll look at a few in a minute, but as you understand it, the tongue is still on, so you can pop the skirt off, hook your vehicle up to it, pull it away. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So you'll see in that same picture, directly next to it on the right, there's a small pedestal. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that pedestal? Do you know?
It's probably for the infrastructure, either power or water.
And that's where you plug in the electricity. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's where you plug in the hose. I guess you would screw on the hose. You wouldn't plug in the hose, but is that right?
You would attach the hose,
And then the cable.
probably in that same.
So take a look at the next page, or the next picture. If you go back to just one. So you see the close-up of the pedestal?
Mm-hmm.
And this is where you simply screw on your hose like you would at your house, right?
Yes.
So these are temporary attachments. Is that right?
Well, they'd meet. They would be what would be expected at a campsite.
All right, so let's go to the next one. Now, there are different types of trailers, different types of RVs at the campsite, right?
Yes.
This is a prowler trailer. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
This prowler trailer has a hitch on it, right?
Yes.
You have no problem with this prowler trailer at the campsite, right?
Correct.
And why is that?
Because it's easily towable and it is in compliance with the UDO definition.
All right. And how do you know it's in compliance?
On this one, if it's the ones that if this picture is of the ones that I saw when I was out there, it met our UDO definition of an RV that is easily towable and ready for travel.
All right. So the pedestal next to the prowler, the one that's in compliance with the UDO, do you see that photograph of it with the cable?
Yes.
Jack?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same pedestal connecting both the prowler trailer and the parking lot RV, right?
Yes.
All right. So if you look at the picture of the campground, you'll see both prowler RVs and the park model RVs coexisting at the site, right?
Yes.
And what you're saying is the prowler trailers are in compliance with the UDO, but the park model vehicles are not.
Correct.
All right, if you look at the next one, you'll see a blue siding with a sticker on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you notice these stickers on the park model recreational vehicles at the campground?
I don't think they were there. They did not have, I did not see them when I was there.
All right, do you see this one?
I see the picture of it, yes.
And if Greg tells us a little bit later that he took this picture last week, would you agree that maybe it's on there now?
I would assume,
All right, so if you look at it, it says RV Industry Association. You see that?
yes.
You know what that is?
The river, yes.
What is that?
It sets the standard for the RV industry.
All right.
Yeah.
Have you ever, so when you're trying to decide if an RV, if the park models were RVs, did you pick up the phone and call the RV industry?
I was trying to find out if they were in compliance with our UDO.
Right.
Not whether if they were approved by Riva.
All right, but wouldn't it have helped to call up and say, hey guys, is this an RV or not?
I got information from our chief building inspector about some of this, and we're back to, I was applying the UDO definitions and not someone else's standard.
All right, well, we'll get to the UDO in a second, but if you turn to the next page, have you been inside one of the park model units?
No.
There is a trailer data plate. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Where have you seen it?
Connor Nally sent 6 or 8 of these to us.
All right, and notice that it says vehicle identification number or VIN number, and it's listed on there. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we talked a little bit before about whether there's vehicle identification number, but this at least confirms it, if that is on the model, right?
Correct.
All right, next photograph. You say that's in violation. Is that correct? Park model RV?
The park model RV, yes.
Next
And the shed.
photograph, this is the one we saw on the big board.
Mm-hmm.
It's a park model RV. Is it your testimony that you can't pull back the truck up to it and pull it over to the other side of the campground?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, what did
But I said it's not intended. It's not ready for highway use, and is not intended to be transported over the streets or highways, and it's not for casual travel. The size of this cabin unit it exceeds the DMV standard. It needs a special use permit. A special movement permit to go on the streets, to be transported over the streets. So it would not be for pulling out quickly, in the case of a hurricane, to move them, to get them out of the way. And so they did not meet our definition, the UDO definition of a camper, recreational vehicle, or travel trailer.
All right, so in the definition of recreational vehicle there, does it say casual?
No, but it says it's fully licensed and ready for highway use.
All right, so let's look at the next photograph. Do you see where the panel, I mentioned earlier in my opening that you could pop the skirting off?
Yes.
And do you see the tongue or the hitch
Yes.
underneath there?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go to the next. That's the other side of the tongue or the hitch. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, the next one is a set of wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Or tires and wheels? You see that?
Yes.
If Greg tells us that that's from the park model RVs, would you agree that that's underneath the skirting?
If he says it, I would have a tendency to believe what he said.
You don't have any reason to.
I don't have any,
dispute that, right?
no.
that you personally visited. Were there any others? The last two, as you can see, are underneath. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, I want to look at one other thing before we move on. And that is if you can go to tab 14. Tab 14, about midway through, board members, you'll see yellow, and then on the other side of it, a pink park model RV. And this is behind tab 14. And you'll have to dig into about halfway in that to get there. And I apologize for the not having more tabs. And if you kind of just flip, you'll see a bunch of pictures at the end. So go to any picture of a park model RV, but the first one is 007. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about the documentation that is kept at the campsite for these park model RVs. The first one, board members, you might recognize this. You might have received it when you paid off your car, right? This is the certificate of title. Just like I have for my pickup truck, you'll see that it has a vehicle identification number and a title number. You'll see the make is a Shoreline, and then you see the body style. You see the body style? You know what that stands for? In the upper right-hand corner. PM.
Mm-hmm. Park model.
All right, let's go to the next document. The next document is the invoice for this park model recreational vehicle. You'll see it costs $50,000. You'll see that it's built by Skyline, and we'll get to that in a second when you hear the manufacturer of this actual model tell you what he thinks it is. All right, the next one is an important document. This is the manufacturer's certificate of origin for the park trailer. A couple things I want to show you about this. If you look at the square feet, about a third of the way down, what is the square footage as certified by the manufacturer? Ms. LaCicero.
399?
And the outside limit of a park model recreational vehicle in the code is 400, right?
Yes.
So we're the manufacturer is certifying that it's under 400, right?
Correct.
Now I understand that maybe an inspector came out and inspected this week. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you hear anything from the inspector about the size of the park model RVs?
That it was close to 400 square feet?
All right. Do you know how to measure this park model RV?
Only what we've read,
And what have you read?
probably from stud to stud.
All right. Well, let's take a quick look at that. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I had just one other document.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should have given this to you first. Sorry. All right. Have you seen this document before?
No.
All right. This is the RVIA method of measuring park model recreational vehicles. And I want to start with the second sentence that starts the RVIA position regarding what is included in the measurement. Do you see that? I take that back. Let's go to the second sentence. Recreation park trailers built by RVIA members for sale in the U.S. must be 400 square feet or less in gross trailer area. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the RVIA position regarding what is included in the measurement will continue to be based on the shadow rule. You know what the shadow rule is?
No, but if you read on to the next sentence, it does say, based on the dimensions of a shadow cast by the unit at high noon with the roof removed.
That's right. So that is the shadow rule. Now we know what the shadow rule is. This rule presumes the square footage of any RTP or RV is based on the dimensions of a shadow cast by the unit at high noon with the roof removed. Did your inspector measure this unit with the shadow cast at high noon?
You'll have to ask the inspector.
I will. And so the manufacturer has certified that the park model RV is measured this precise way. And you see that with the signature of Champion Home Builders. See that? At the bottom, at the bottom of the document in your notebook. Certificate, yes. That's the manufacturer's certification 399, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's look also at, in the middle, it says this park trailer was manufactured. You see that? In the very middle of
Yes.
that document. This park trailer was manufactured in accordance with, and it gives you two choices. Number one is Department of Housing and Urban Development Standards, or the ANSI standard A119.5. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what the HUD standards are for?
Manufactured housing,
That's for mobile homes, right?
mobile homes.
Do you know what the ANSI standard A19.5 is?
And it's for RVs.
So the manufacturer has certified that this is an RV and that it's less than 400 square feet. Is that right?
Correct.
And just very quickly, at the end, the last document before the next yellow,
Is the data sheet.
this is the data plate that's in all recreation vehicles. I'm sorry, you don't know that, but we saw a picture earlier of this, right?
Yes.
All right, so I'm not going to go through each of the 21, but if you can just sort of flip and see if it looks consistent, and I can go through them all with you, but
That would be up to the board chairman.
I'm happy to go through them with, I have 21 identical sheets, and it's behind tab 14. You can take that under advisement, look at it at your leisure, or I can go through each one.
I think we can take a look at those at our leisure.
Okay. By the way, are there any other park model RVs in the county?
Yes.
Have you or the county government issued any notice of violation regarding any other park model RVs in the entire county?
No.
Why is that?
We are under the, we're going through the process of doing code enforcement on those.
So June and July of 2020
Yes.
is when we received notice of violation.
Yes.
It's nearly 2 years later.
Yes.
You know of other park model RVs in the county,
Yes.
and you've done nothing about it.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to your definition of these various requirements in your NOV letter. If you could go to the NOV letter. Do you have that?
Yes.
You give 3 definitions, don't you?
Yes.
One is campgrounds. One is manufactured homes. And one is park model RVs. Is that right? I'm sorry, RVs. Recreational vehicles.
Correct. You said campground or
Yes.
camper?
Campground. Did you define
I
campground?
defined campground, and I also defined camper, recreational vehicle, and travel trailer.
All right. I'm not concerned with the state standard, I'm concerned with the UDO, right?
Yes.
All right, well, let's look at the UDO. I cut and paste these directly from the UDO. Campground, manufactured home, recreational vehicle. Do those look right to you?
Yes.
All right, and so the essence of all this is, and you say in your notice of violation letter, campground includes but is not limited to recreational vehicles park.
Yes.
So if it's a recreational vehicle that's in compliance with the code, it can be at the campground. Is that right?
Yes.
Campground does not include a park for manufactured homes, right?
Correct.
So if these are mobile homes, they can't be in the campground, right?
Correct.
So you provide a definition of manufactured home in the UDO, right? A
Yes.
structure, I'm not going to read it, you can read it. But the key here is the term manufactured home does not include a recreational vehicle, correct?
Yes.
So it's one or the other, right? Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so I'm curious, aren't there other definitions of manufactured homes in the UDO?
Yes.
Why didn't you quote those?
Because we were talking about, it did not fit that.
Here's a copy of the UDO. You might have it. I didn't copy this for everybody, but if you want my copy, you can have it. You've got your own copy?
Yeah.
Perfect. I figured you might. So let's look at the definitions section, and let's look at dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 3 definitions, and this is in y'all's notebook. Behind. Behind 10. So, that's 10 there. I'm sorry. 10 and 10. So you quoted the general definition of a manufactured home, but you didn't quote what's on page 1053 and 1054, dwelling manufactured home, right?
Correct.
What's the difference between a manufactured home and a dwelling manufactured home?
Well, it goes into the dwelling manufactured home. It goes into Class A, Class B, and Class C of manufactured homes.
But you didn't let us know what this was. You just quoted the general definition, right?
I did.
All right. So let's look at recreational vehicle. Now we're to the definition that you say causes a violation. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's recreational vehicle. Let's look at recreational vehicle. That's in your tab. Not sure what page it's on. What page is that on there?
10.79.
10.79. I think this is an important one to look at if you all are so inclined. Does your notice of violation quote the statute, or excuse me, the UDO for recreational vehicles?
It does.
All right, and that's not entirely the case, is it?
No, it is, did not do for the purposes of flood damage prevention.
So let's talk about that. You quoted the other 2 definitions verbatim. But here's your UDO NOV. This is your letter. And this is the UDO. You left something out, didn't you?
For the purposes of the flood damage prevention ordinance.
Right. So the recreational vehicle definition only applies in one circumstance. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You know if the campground, if 7.4 applies to the campground?
It does.
How do you know this?
Because on their site plan, they do have some flood areas, AE zones on their site plan.
All right, and so is it your position that if there's any AE zones on the property, the entire property is flood hazard?
No,
So if you look at the park models on the site plan, are they in the AE zone?
4 are?
How about the other 17?
No.
So this definition applies to 4 park model RVs, correct?
Correct.
What definition applies to the other 17?
Either a travel trailer or a camper.
Or it could be an undefined term, right?
It could be.
And that these are technical requirements, right?
Yes.
The recreational vehicle is a technical term.
What is your definition of a technical term?
I'm asking if that's a technical term.
I think it's a recreational vehicle. I don't think it. What's your definition of a technical term?
Well, you have non-technical term like the term Steve or book, and you have a definition that has very specific requirements for 100 square feet, light-duty truck, temporary living quarters. My definition is that's technical, but I'm asking you what your definition is. Is that a technical term or not?
Recreational vehicle,
As defined.
as defined. It's got a definition and has criteria.
Not a technical term?
Do
you know what a technical term is?
Yes.
What is a technical term?
It is a term that then later on has details for which standards and criteria which it needs to be met in order for it to. So it is a technical term.
All right, it's a technical term. So let's talk about how the UDO deals with technical terms. Do you know how it deals with technical terms? Let's turn to page 10.2. That should be in y'all's notebook. Are you there? You on page 10.2?
Yes.
So 10.2, 10.1.7 deals with technical and non-technical terms, right?
Yes.
And it says, the words and phrases shall be construed according to the common and approved usage of the language. But, and this is important, but technical terms and phrases that may have acquired a particular and appropriate meaning in law shall be construed and understood according to such meaning. What does shall mean in the ordinance?
Mandatory?
And that's in 10.1.9, right?
Yes.
So we've agreed it's a technical term. That means if it has acquired a particular and appropriate meaning in law, you have to apply that meaning, right?
Yes.
Now, North Carolina law is a law of the state, right?
Yes.
And so if there is a particular and appropriate definition under state law, wouldn't that apply?
Unless the UDO has something more specific.
And does it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Is fully licensed and ready for highway use.
But you just told me that this definition doesn't apply to 17 of the RV.
No, it applies to 4 of them.
All right, so let's move away from those 4. Let's talk about the 17. The technical definition that has particular meaning under law would apply then, right?
Well, does it fit either the travel trailer or the camper definition?
What if it doesn't?
Well, I think it would need to be compliant with the UDO.
All right, and if the UDO doesn't have a definition for a technical term, you look at the appropriate and applicable law, right? Isn't that what your own UDO says?
Yes.
And it's mandatory, right?
Yes.
So here is the definition of a park model RV under state law. Three things. Number one, is designated and marked as a temporary living quarters for recreational camping, travel, or seasonal use. You agree that's true, right?
Yes.
Number two, is certified the manufacturer as complying with ANSI A119.5. You just
According
looked at
to
that
their-
circle, right?
Yes.
C, is built on a single chassis mounted on wheels with a gross trailer area not exceeding 400 square feet in the setup mode. We looked at the manufacturer certification, and it said 399, right?
Correct. Yes.
So for 17 of the park model RVs, they fit this definition, right?
Yes.
And because the term recreational vehicle is not defined in the ordinance for those 17, this applies, right?
I would say the travel trailer and camper apply more so than that.
So now you're saying that this is not a recreational vehicle, but it's a travel trailer and a camper?
Those are the two definitions that I would go to for to define what this unit is.
So, but recreational vehicles, if they're not defined under section 7.4, they're allowed in the UDO, right? I mean, there has to be a definition and a restriction to be a violation, right?
Well, I think it would have to be either camper or travel trailer and fit one of those three definitions.
So now, because there's not a definition of an RV, there can't be any RVs in the county outside the floodplain?
No.
So now they have to be a trailer or a camper, or else they're completely prohibited, just because there's not a definition?
No.
So isn't it true that this definition applies to those 17?
It could.
All right? And you know this because you actually wrote an email using that exact language. You were writing to representatives of the campground, right?
Yes.
You copied Ms. Holda and Mr. McCree, right?
Yes.
And you said, the information you sent about park models is from this statute. And you quoted exactly what we just looked at, didn't you?
Yes.
So you're familiar with this language. The technical term is not defined in the UDO. And you've defined exactly what this term means, because that's a particular definition under law, right?
Yes.
So for 17 of the park model RVs, they comply with the code, and 4 do not, right?
Yes.
All right. So let's look at oops. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I think at this point, we'd like to maybe ask some questions, the board ask some questions of Ms. LaCicero based on what we've heard here. I have a few myself, and then we'll open it up to the rest of the board to ask their questions. But the first question I have is, are you able to show Chapter 8 of the UDO on the screen at all? Do you have that available?
Yeah, I think if we can get on the internet, we can definitely bring up chapter.
And while you're looking at that, I want to kind of more fully explore some of the language in the recreational vehicle definition, and particularly where it says is fully licensed and ready for highway use. Is it, are you aware if these vehicles actually have registrations and license plates on them like other RVs do?
They do have titles, and they do have a registration, but I do not think that they have a license plate on them.
Right. And is it your belief that, say, an F-250 pickup truck could back up to one of these and hook it up and then drive it down, the road there and up 168 and out of the state with not an issue?
Like immediately go there right now and
Yeah.
tow it? No, I don't. That you can't do that. It cannot. Once you exceed 100 and I don't have. It's these are too wide for them to immediately go out right now, tonight, and hitch it up to your Ford F-250 and pull it. You need a wide load permit to be able to pull these down the road.
Okay. With respect to Chapter 8 of the UDO, can you go to the section that specifically deals with non-conforming campgrounds, campsites? So, I know that we kind of touched on the idea of the 90 days, and I know that that is not directly addressed in your NOV, in your NOVs, but in your NOVs you do make reference to the campground being a non-conforming use. I think it's in, I don't know where that was. It's in the first paragraph of your NOV. You do make reference to it being a non-conforming use. And I think it's really important that we think about the context. Thank you.
Section 6, first page.
Yeah, so you stated UDO in your NOV, specifically located on the property in use as a non-conforming campground. And I know we don't really directly address Chapter 8 of the UDO. But I think it's kind of important for all of us to remember that we're kind of in a sandbox here because we're dealing with a non-conforming use. And because it's a non-conforming use, you really have to kind of start there. In Chapter 8 that deals directly with non-conforming uses and non-conforming campgrounds. And, so the question I have for you, so I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. So say I roll into town with one of these trailers and I go park at the campground as a private individual. I bring one as a private individual and I want to set up at the campground.
Don't forget your wide load permit.
What's that?
I said, don't forget your wide load permit.
I have my wide load permit. I'm going to bring this thing down. I'm going to come for vacation and I'm going to bring it and park it. That I would presume that would be fine if I had one of these as a private individual and I brought it down and set it up and at the campground for a short period of time.
Well, no. It would. My opinion is that it would not, if it's the same type of unit that does have that wide wide load permit. That no, even one individual coming in, bringing it in, and putting it up for whatever time period, whatever time period you want to stay at the campground, that would not be allowed.
And that would be because the non-conforming campground section of the UDO mentions campers. It mentions campers and
Larger. It's hard to read.
yeah, it's a little small. Yeah, it mentions campers and tents. So under this section of the UDO, would we not consider one of these vehicles or cabins to be considered a camper? Like, how do we get from that definition of what a camper is to these units not meeting that definition?
Well, that's where we have this language for non-conforming campgrounds, and our UDO uses camper, travel trailer, and RV in connection with each other. I don't want to say interchangeably, but we have another area in our UDO where it specifically says travel trailers are not allowed for overnight camp, short-term and long-term residential use. So our UDO looks at them very similarly, the camper, the RV, and the travel trailer, which may be a shortcoming of our UDO.
Right. And then one final question I have, and I know it was kind of a while back that we talked about this part of it, but talking about the fountain. And I know as a non-conforming use, the intent of this section of the UDO is to limit, and actually, in all honesty, to phase out these types of activities over time. The intent is for them to eventually go away as non-conforming uses. Can you explain to me how the fountain itself would potentially extend the life of the campsite or represent an intensification of the use?
The pond was existing, and so they wanted to then add the fountain. And let me give. So we're not supposed to expand, enlarge, or intensify a non-conforming use. And first of all, the fountain was denied because of the existing violations on that property, was the number one. And the second one was that we did not think that it was in compliance with the letter of determination. And this will add longevity to it, give it an increased, adding the fountain would increase the longevity of potentially the campground, adding to, I think they've made it, they're going to make it into an amenity, such as, like, you see the dog, there was like a walking path around it. So that would be, in my opinion, intensifying that use. They do have a fire hydrant there, and they do have other options for keeping that pond not having algae on it.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Ms. LaCicero, in that alignment of that question as well, was there anything submitted relative to the fountain? Was there a picture, a spec sheet, anything on the fountain that we might be able to see?
Mr. Morgan, respectfully, behind number 13. There's Exhibit C, which it's past the 11 by 17, it's past that. About 15 pages past that is a picture of the fountain. It's called an Equinox aerating fountain. find it?
I did. Thank you.
Lori, with sticking with the fountain issue, my understanding is the only other thing that they could do to keep the algae out would be chemicals. Now, I have a pond at my house, and we went from green algae to brown algae in a couple of days. And I lost more than 1,000 fish, which my grandsons weren't appreciative, but the buzzards had a field day. And that brown algae is extremely toxic per the Extension Service when they came over. So you need to make sure that that doesn't happen. They suggested we put in a fountain because that was better than doing anything else that was available, any of the chemicals, rather than putting the chemicals into the water and then they seep down and get into the aquifer, et cetera, et cetera. So you're saying that they need to do chemicals rather than a simple aeration. That's what you would prefer?
I think I would defer to, if we can come to, if the violations can get corrected, I think then potentially we could work through something with the fountain to make it and come in alignment with the letter of determination. I think there's in Ms. Volva's email, there were outstanding violations on that property. Is one of the reasons that the minor site plan was not approved, which I think is a bigger reason. And then the fact of the letters inconsistent with the letter of determination. I'm not saying that it didn't come up with a variety. I'm not a fountain expert or aquatic life expert in the pond, but maybe we could have gotten to a point of finding something that fit the.
It looks like everybody, all the subdivisions now that have the ponds all have fountains. And I think it's because they're all fire retention ponds, fire water retention ponds, and to keep them clean. So there's, I guess, 5 or 6 just up and down the highway between here and Moyac.
That would be a question for, someone that's. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on that. But yeah, I mean, it is a typical. That has been used in the past in stormwater ponds, but not all our fire suppression ponds have these.
No, I know.
In the county, so.
The ones that don't are filled with algae and a lot of weeds and what have you.
And I
you
think.
go up and down.
So.
Being that there were other violations on the property, that's why this was all shut down? Is that normal? If there's a violation that no other work goes on in the project?
We do have that authority in the UDO, is that if there are violations on the property, that we can deny a permit.
Alleged violations, right?
Alleged violation.
Thank you, yeah. Alleged violations. And is that a normal course for the county to do that?
We have done it in the past, where we have denied permits to get attention to, as if you want to do, it's like the carrot and the stick. If you want to come in and do something on your property, you have an outstanding violation, then we can withhold that permit until you correct that violation. That will encourage you to come into compliance with the UDO. And there have been times when it hasn't been done, but there have been a lot of times where they have do it. And it depends on the situation and potentially the severity of the violation.
Okay.
Ms. LaCicero, I took a look at that picture of the fountain, and I was looking through, because when it's submitted on the back page of that. It goes through the fountain and light kit installation, and I was referring back to the couple of reasons you gave for the fountain, for health and safety. I just was curious how the light kit fit into health and safety with mosquito control, midget control, and other things as well.
Sure. I think it just came with it, and if it's an issue, then we wouldn't put in a light kit.
Troy, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
In several of the correspondence in the agenda, they referred to the fact that they had applied for North Carolina DMV registration. Now, I've seen the titles in the MCOs, but I have not seen a copy of an actual vehicle registration for these trailers. Has the county received them?
To my knowledge, we have not received
Mr. Weber?
the registration.
Do you have an exhibit of actual vehicle registrations from the state of North Carolina?
Yeah, so the certificate of title and the data sheet.
That's not a registration.
Right, let me ask my client. Yeah. We have those and we can get those on a break, maybe.
And they couldn't come in this?
Well, I just didn't know we needed them, so that's my fault.
Vehicles that go on the road need to have a registration.
Sure.
And you're telling me these do or don't?
Well,
Trailers.
my client tells me we do. I didn't bring it.
It's my understanding that Mr. Nally supplied a number of those to Ms. Cicero at the time.
Well, I don't want to get out of order and out of procedure here. So your questions are for Ms. Cicero at this time. If you've got questions that may be more appropriate for the applicant, if she doesn't know them, she can say she doesn't know, and we can inquire of the applicant. I know they're listening intently to answer any outstanding questions you guys have. So I think we can return to that issue later. But for now, does any other board members have any more questions? I don't want to cut anybody off.
She's done enough.
If there are any more questions for Ms. Cicero.
I do have one. You mentioned that they had brought the campers in and put them on the property, and they weren't allowed to. They were storing them on the property. They're not allowed to store their vehicles on the property? Or did I mishear what you said?
No, they were storing them. They were brought them in and didn't set them up in the campsites, but they set them off in an area that does not have campsites designated. So that's where they
grassy
were.
area,
The big grassy area. I mean, if you go in, if you're familiar with the campground and you're driving around, it's to the west of the road, that main road that goes around. It was in that general area where they were storing, and no, they're not allowed to store vehicles on a campground. Without, it was not shown.
Is that in the UDO, or I don't know where that comes from?
Well, in a non-conforming campground, it's not an accessory use. We could consider it an accessory use potentially, but it's only.
Not hooked up to anything.
They're not hooked up to
Right.
anything, but when we talk about our campsites, camping is an allowed use in a campground, and doesn't talk about storage of campers.
It doesn't talk about
It
it?
does not speak to in non-conforming campgrounds. It does not speak to storing of campers.
Okay, so if it doesn't speak to it, it's not allowed, or is it? I just want to get it straight in my head. That's all.
I
I'm
know,
sorry.
and this is a gray area because there are other. And no, I mean, if with not terribly recent, but with case law, it used to be, if it wasn't listed in your UDO, it wasn't allowed. It needed to get specific to that. So, but that would be allowing, storage outside, and basically that would be outdoor storage in single-family residential, because that's what this non-conforming campground is zoned as, and it would be, outdoor storage, and it would not be allowed in SFM, the single-family mainland.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Craddock, you got anything?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hello, Ms. LaCicero.
Oh, Mr. Craddock?
Contrary to what Attorney Weber said about Exhibits 4 and 6 in the book, there are statements in there about non-conforming uses. Isn't that correct? On tab 4 and tab 6. Speaking about the notice of violations, you do mention in the first
Yes.
paragraph on both tab 4 and tab 6 that it was a
Non-conform-
non-conforming use. Is that
Yes.
correct? Am I correct in saying the letter of determination is not the UDO?
Correct. The letter of determination is not the UDO.
I have a hypothetical question for you in regards to if there had not been any notice of violations incurred at this site, if a major site plan had been brought forth for this fountain, do you believe that that would have been approved without the notices of violations?
I believe that we could have come to some type of resolution. It would, I don't know if it would have been permitted as presented, but I think we could have come to some type of resolution about the fountain or about the pond, and about the electrical that is needed to run the fountain. So maybe not in the exact manner that they wanted it, but I believe we could have come to some resolution, some beneficial resolution.
You had also mentioned other methods to control algae other than aeration. Chemicals might be one of those
Might be one of
things.
them.
Can you tell us any other ones that you might
Maybe
know?
certain type of fish, and this is, I am not an aquatics expert at all in any manner, but it was just things that I have heard that other people use to control algae in their ponds.
I wanted to piggyback off Ms. Bontemp's comments about as you ride up and down Currituck Highway, you see other places that have drainage ponds that have aeration pumps in them, like the folks here wanted to put in. Would you say that any of those locations where they are visible from Currituck Highway are on non-conforming properties?
The 2 or 3 that I can think of off the top of my head after talking for 2 hours, I know that they are all on conforming sites, conforming sites. So
I want to kind of clarify a little bit about Section 7.4, the flood damage control.
yes.
That Attorney Weber had brought up on the display there about why 4 of those properties, or I apologize, 4 of those RVs or campers or whatever you want to call them at this point versus the 17. Can you explain to us why 17 are okay by the definition that was on that board versus the 4 that are claiming not to be good?
Let's see, I think in Mr. Weber's nice notebook, I think if you go to page 2 of his, let's see, sorry, the site plan, which is behind tab 13, and page 2 of the site plan, it's the Z-fold item. And there is, and I've got a bigger one here if it would be easier to see for anyone, because my eyes are struggling with this. But there is, close to the shore, you can see where it says a firm zone line. And this is, so on this property is shaded X and AE flood zone. And the AE flood zone is applicable if it winds around, and it is you come around the curve and down near the wetlands that are adjacent to the camp, that are adjacent to the uplands here where the campground are. Down here is the 4 that are in the AE flood zone. The ones down here. And those would be the ones where that definition is applicable. So if you, on page 2, if you follow it all around, it would be down in this general area down here is where the AE flood zone is located. There may be a better one of this where you can see it with the at this scale. It's really hard, but yeah, the AE flood zone is down that area.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Anyone else on the board have any further questions for Ms. LaCicero? All right, thank you, Ms. LaCicero. I'd like to propose that we take maybe a 5-minute break. I think we've been going for two straight hours, and probably got a little ways to go still. So I'd like to go ahead and do that, and we'll adjourn. And let's be back here 9:20. All right, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get started.
My co-counsel is having a nature break, but we can go ahead and get started. I apologize for the delay.
Okay, no problem. Mr. McCree, would you like to call another witness on your side?
Yes, I'll call. County calls Donna Oliver. Please state your name and how you're employed.
Donna Volova, I'm the Assistant Planning Director for Currituck County.
And how long have you been employed in the county's planning department?
Over 35 years.
And in your current capacity, were you in receipt of what was, I guess, labeled a minor site plan for an aerator to be located on a pond
Yes.
in this particular campground? And would you please describe the nature of that minor site plan application that you received?
So the minor site plan application also contains supporting documents, which the board has in your packet. When we reviewed that application, we did find that it was an aeration fountain for a fire suppression pond that was identified on the actual application, but further review of those supporting documents did in fact show that the fountain included lights. And that's found in your packet, your board packet, on packet page 119 and 120. When we received that application, those supporting documents, and we started going through them, we looked at the letter of determination that was issued by Laurie LaCicero and how it related to this particular request. And as been pointed out, there were multiple parts of that letter of determination that was based on a 2018 application that involved some improvements to the campground. But more importantly, the section that pertained to the nonconformities and the expansion and modifications was the important piece that we used for review. We also took a look at those notice of violations and found that those notice of violations had not been corrected. And then, of course, we looked at the ordinance itself, which the letter of determination did a really good job following through on those general provisions for nonconformity as well as the specific provisions related to the nonconforming campground. And when looking at that, it talks about, and we've mentioned this several times tonight, about the intensification and modification. So something has to exist in order for it to be modified. Also looks at those general provisions when we talk about repairs. Something is there in order to be repaired. I also met with the chief building inspector and the fire official to go over those plans and specifications to determine whether or not those fountains, the fountain and the lights, were necessary for the health and safety of that area. And what was identified is, we have multiple fire ponds in the county, and we also have stormwater ponds in the county, and this particular pond functions as both, that do not have aeration devices in them. And it's not required by the code. And so we took all that information and determined at that point that we could not issue any type of approval based on the fact that there were alleged violations on the site, and that that request wasn't quite in compliance with that letter of determination, basically those non-conforming sections in the ordinance, and return that information back to the applicant. It wasn't a flat-out denial, but at that particular time, based on the information that was presented, we couldn't approve their request. And that's the ordinance actually allows for, if you have an active violation, as has been discussed tonight, that denial or withholding of permits is an option for resolution.
And so if this board would make a decision that rectifies the two notices of violation, would your department still be open and receptive to receipt of a minor site plan for aerator?
We would, and I believe that hopefully we could get to resolution on issuing that permit, provided it's compliant and not intensifying or creating any type of more or less an amenity, and it is more health safety related.
And just to also add that the aerator is not the only part of the project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there is a need to extend electricity?
That is correct.
Okay.
Which part of that work was performed. We did visit the site during the review of that application as well, and found that part of that work had been done. Hadn't been turned on, and the fountain wasn't installed, but part of the electrical work had been done.
And to your knowledge, how many ponds are on this in this campground?
There are 2.
And has any application been made for aerator in the other pond?
No,
Is the other pond used for fire suppression, to your knowledge?
not that I'm aware of.
But is the other, I guess one of the reasons we understand is for the reduction and prevention of mosquito.
That is what the applicant has indicated.
Okay, but there was no application for the other pond.
Correct.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Olva, are you Ms. Cicero's boss, or is she your boss?
Kevin Kemp.
It's both of y'all's boss.
Correct.
Got it. So, would you agree that the property is a unique setup out there on the Sound in the peninsula?
Describe unique.
It's not like every other property in the county, right? Is this a tough question?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've looked at the campground, 400 acres on that point, right? Is that like driving down the highway, seeing a pond in the middle of the Walmart parking lot?
Is it like saying, I would say you have a campground. I would say that the pond where it's located probably is not similar to a stormwater pond that would possibly function at a commercial business.
What about ingress and egress? How many ways in and out of the campground?
There's one.
All right, and is it right off the highway?
It is on a secondary road.
Does that present some unique challenges for firefighters?
I can't answer that question.
Maybe the fire marshal can?
Possibly.
You know what an affidavit is?
Yes.
What's an affidavit?
An affidavit is a certification attesting to certain items, if you will.
Have you ever signed an affidavit?
I'd say yes.
You signed an affidavit for this matter?
And not that I'm aware of.
You heard Ms. Cicero say that she didn't sign an affidavit for this matter, is that right?
Yes.
This is the agenda packet.
Mm-hmm.
I'll represent to you that there are no affidavits in it, but feel free to take time to check.
Can I ask what the purpose of this line of questioning is? I don't know that county employees are really required to file affidavits in the conduction of their normal duties, so I'm curious where we're going here with this.
Absolutely. 9.5.4 enforcement procedure, notice of violation. The director shall prepare an affidavit affirming that a notice meeting these standards was provided. The affidavit shall be conclusive that notice has been given in compliance with the terms of this section. So the code itself requires that the director shall submit an affidavit. And I'm asking if the board packet has an affidavit, both of the individuals involved in this matter, neither of whom signed an affidavit. So
And the affidavit is in reference to what again? Could you read that?
notice the two notices of violation at issue.
Right, so the notices of violation themselves do not serve that purpose for county employees?
Is that section in minor?
Well, let's,
I know they want to look at what you're talking about.
sure. Maybe we could pull it up on the internet like we did that other section. Would that be a possibility?
What section was it?
What section was it again?
It's page 9.3 and it's 9.5.4. It's not in our excerpts.
It's not in this?
No.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
If I may approach.
Sure.
Mr. Kemp? You mind blowing that up larger for us?
Yeah, please.
Okay, continue.
So you heard Ms. Cicero say she prepared no affidavit, is that correct? You prepared no affidavit, is that correct?
I did not issue a notice of violation and was not,
You didn't prepare an affidavit?
no.
And do you
But I
know-
also don't have the whole file here to know whether or not an affidavit was prepared.
Right, and you understand that the packet, the agenda packet is the record here? tonight?
Yes,
And it's not in the agenda packet?
it is
correct?
not in the agenda packet.
And you know if Director Kemp prepared an affidavit regarding these NOVs?
I do not know.
These NOVs were 2020, right?
That would have been not Mr. Kemp at that point.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up?
Certainly.
Ms. Fowler, are you aware of amendments that were made to the Unified Development Ordinance in the summer of 2021?
I am.
And was this a section that was amended
I believe it was.
in 2021? And that would have been probably a year after the notices of violation were issued, is that correct?
I believe so.
And is your recollection that one of the amendments that was made was to 9.5.4, which in that amendment in 2021 added the requirement for an affidavit from the director? Is that your recollection?
That is my recollection.
And that was, of course, not in effect at the time that these notices of violations were issued, is that correct?
That would not have been in effect at that time.
I have no further question.
Okay.
And you don't know any of this, is that right?
No, I do know that.
You do know this?
Yes.
And so the ordinance on the website that we're looking at today that's at issue is not the correct ordinance?
It may not have been the ordinance in effect at that particular time. The one on the website is, can you go, I believe it was updated in 2021. I believe it has the date of update. If you can go, could you go to the front page of the document?
Could Mr. Kemp find the amendatory language and date of its
Yes.
effectiveness?
It's on the front cover. It shows the amendment date.
My copy says amended June 18, 2021.
That is the one that's online.
This link. 160D is North Carolina General Statute concerning planning and enabling legislation. And this language was added with that legislation, and that was a text amendment that we completed and that was enacted in the summer of 2021. Notice of violation were issued in summer of 2020.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions from the board for Ms. Voliva?
I have a question for you, Ms. Voliva. How are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
The other pond that was mentioned that was not in this site plan for the aeration device, does it have a pathway, a walkway around it similar to the one that they were requesting the aeration device for?
I do not recall. The plan, I believe you have the site plan in the folder. We could probably look at that to,
It's page 13, I believe. Tab 13, kind of a thick folded area.
On page 11 of 14, and tab 13, is the second sediment basin, or labeled pond sediment basin number 2. It does not show any type of walkway around that one.
And that is the case, would you say that the pond located on sheet 11 of 14 is not really an amenity, but it is there for its functionality? Because it has no walkway around it?
I can't speak to whether or not it would be an amenity. I don't know if possibly it's stocked with fish, but its function is a stormwater pond, according to the plan.
In comparison to the other pond where they were applying to have the aeration device, would you say that pond doesn't look the same as the other?
It does not look the same.
Thank you.
The pond in question, does that also supply water to the homes that are on Water Lily Road?
The stormwater pond, it does not. You mean drinking water?
No, in case of fire.
I can't speak to whether or not the fire department would use that as a water source. I don't know. If there were to be a need, I don't know if they,
For them to do.
possibly, yes.
And there are, I know there's, was down there last week, and it looks like there's another new subdivision going in. There was a 22 or 25 acre parcel available, there's a big road put through now. So more homes, more fire. So having a pond is, to me, pretty critical for the area.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
I have one last question for you, Ms. Voliva. You had mentioned about other work had been done prior to you all going out there to visit the site about the aeration device pond. You all had mentioned that electrical work had been done at that time. Did you mention, or do you know if a electrical permit had been issued for that work that had been done?
An electrical permit was applied for in February of 2021, but had not been issued.
So the work was done illegally, is that correct?
The work was done, and the permit had not been issued, a portion of the work.
That would be constituted as illegal, is that right?
Permit was not issued.
Not follow procedure to have the permit in hand first?
That is typical, yes. Permit in hand before work is
Thank you.
related to that project is commenced.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Isn't it true that actually the permit number was issued?
For the electrical permit? For the
Electrical
work?
permit, for the electrical work.
Not that I'm aware of.
And isn't it true that the next day after the electrical was installed, the county rescinded that permit?
Was that related to the aeration?
Correct.
I don't believe so. I don't recall that anyway. I do recall there being an issue with the temporary water tank.
I'm talking about the electrical.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
And did the county issue any sort of notice of violation for the electrical?
I'm not aware of that.
So if there would have been an illegal issue with the electrical, you would think the county would have issued a notice of violation, right?
There is an application for a electrical permit that has not been issued. The building inspector would probably be the better person to ask that question.
That wasn't quite my question. You actually denied the fountain permit.
Correct.
Or the fountain site plan, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't deny it based on the fact that the electrical, you said, had been put in legal, or had been put in without a...
I didn't know it at the time.
And you haven't issued any sort of NOV since, right?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else on the board have any further questions for Ms. Voliva? Thank you, Ms. Voliva.
Thank you.
Mr. McCree?
Bill Nooms. Please state your name and how you're employed.
My name is William Nunes. I'm Chief Building Inspector and Chief Fire Code Official for Currituck County.
And how long have you occupied those positions?
I was a building inspector for 14 years, and I've been Chief Building Inspector for 7.
And how long have you been the fire code official?
Last 3 years.
And do you hold any certifications from any state or other agencies?
I hold level 3 certifications in all 5 trades with the state of North Carolina: building, electrical, fire, mechanical, plumbing.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a chief building inspector and chief fire official for the county?
Safety and general welfare of the public.
And you ensure the safety and welfare of the public how?
By enforcing the state building codes.
And that is the code, the only code that you enforce, is that correct?
That's the only, yes, that's the only code.
Now, you're familiar with this proposed aerator for this pond located at the campground?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
And what is it that you know about it?
I know that they want to put a fountain in the pond for, they're saying for safety of the pond for firefighting purposes and mosquitoes.
Now, has there ever been an aerator, to your knowledge, in that pond?
In that pond? No.
Has that pond, how long has that pond been designated as a fire suppression pond, to your knowledge?
It's 2 to 3 years since they took over the campgrounds and we're around there.
You don't know about whether it's deemed a fire suppression pond prior to that?
No, before that it wasn't. It was just a pond. What happened was the applicant tore down buildings and remodeled buildings and rebuilt new buildings on the site, which kicked in the fire flow and the fire code for the new buildings on site, the commercial buildings.
And how would a fire department utilize that fire suppression pond?
They would hook up to it and pump from that standpipe.
So there's a standpipe to which the fire department would connect a hose?
Yes, a quick,
to the pump.
coupling.
And what is the, in what way is that standpipe constructed?
It's designed by an engineer based on NFPA 1142, which is your standard for rural areas where you don't have water service by water. And it's based on a 50-year drought. The pipe itself is designed, typically it's 6 inches. It's depending on the volume of the pond, it could be anywhere from 5 to 10 feet down in there. And there's a strainer typically on the end of it to prevent stuff from being sucked up into the fire trucks.
And so it is sucking from?
It's drawing water from the pond.
Where in the pond? The bottom, the top?
From the bottom.
And so if there were algae floating on the top of the pond, do you have any opinions where there might be an impact on the suction of water into a fire apparatus?
I'm not an algae expert, but if it's floating on top, I don't see where the algae would draw up into the truck unless it was algae on the bottom. But again, you have the strainer there for beer bottles, cans, fish, and everything else to prevent it from being sucked up into a truck.
And are you aware of the approximate number of fire suppression ponds that are located throughout Currituck County?
I guesstimate there's probably in the range of 20 to maybe 25.
And how many of those have aerators?
Off the top of my head, I can't say that there's any, because first the expense of putting the pond in, the developer doesn't want to do typically anything more than put the pond in and meet the fire code.
And would you deem as a chief fire official those ponds to be ineffective, potentially problematic for a fire apparatus and ability to respond to fire?
Those ponds are inspected and tested by the volunteer fire departments in the county yearly as part of an ISO certification to make sure that they're functioning. They also have maintenance agreements with the HOAs and property owners to make sure that the ponds, if there's an issue with them, that they fix. Some fire departments choose to do their own maintenance, cutting the grass around, do things. Most of them don't want that. they want it to be taken care of by the owner or the HOA association.
Do you know whether this particular fire suppression pond in the campground has been tested by a fire department?
It was originally tested by Lower Currituck in order for them to get COs on the commercial buildings.
And do you know the results of that testing?
The pond was functioning.
And do you know that whether there's any problem with anything being sucked into the fire apparatus?
Not for that test that I'm aware of, because it was passed.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Are we really talking about this? I mean, is it worse for the fountain to be there for fire protection?
I wouldn't say it's worse, no.
You went out there this week, correct?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what you saw at the pond.
I didn't go for the pond. I went for the park models.
So you knew you were going to testify tonight about algae being on the surface or below, and you didn't look at it?
I didn't look at it because I didn't find it to be an issue because the pond will function.
How do you know you didn't look at it?
My experience with the ponds in the county is we haven't had any issues with the fire department not being able to draw water. Also, even if that standpipe did develop something, the fire department has the capability to drop another hose in with a strainer to suck from that pond to draw water. They can draw water from the sound that's out there if they want to. They're going to get water wherever they got to get water to put wet stuff on the red stuff.
How long have you been a firefighter?
I'm not a firefighter. I'm a fire code official.
How many times have you actually responded to a fire where you needed emergency water and there was only one place to get it?
I'm not a firefighter. I don't respond to fires.
So a fire official hasn't come tonight to this board to say whether it's better or worse for the fire department, for the safety of the fire department. It's the building inspector, is that right?
Yep.
So you don't know if there's any vegetation this week?
No, I don't.
How's the water pressure out there?
The water pressure for what? For drinking water?
For any water?
The water pressure down Water Lily Road is, just like anywhere else in the county. It has its issues here and there with the water system wasn't designed for firefighting capabilities.
Exactly, and isn't that why there's a fire pond needed out there?
Well, the reason why there's a fire pond out there is because your client didn't want to extend the border line down to the campground because it would cost too much. It was easier to put a pond in.
Isn't it true that the county approved the fire hydrant and the built-out pond for fire suppression services?
We approved it because there was no water extended to it.
And you're saying, as a non-firefighter, that they could just throw a hose in the sound and get water?
They've done it, sir.
That's your testimony as a non-firefighter?
Yes, they've done it. I've seen it done because I go to the fires after they're done because I have to inspect the houses.
So what about ingress and egress at this campground? Is that any different than anywhere else in the town?
It's one way in, one way out. We have places like that in the county.
Is it a long way away from the interstate?
Yeah, about 5 miles, maybe 6 miles.
And is this pond on the edge of a significant forested vegetation area?
Yeah, it's under around swamp area.
And would that have any bearing on whether algae grows in the pond?
You'd have to ask an algae expert that, sir.
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
That's my point.
I'm not an algae expert.
And what is the strainer apparatus at the bottom of this pond?
What is the strainer after? I'd have to look at the design, but it can't have no more than 3/8 inch holes. It's depending on the size of the pipe. That strainer can be a certain size with a certain amount of holes in the strainer.
So you're giving your expert opinion about whether a strainer would be clogged, not even looking at the design to know what kind of strainer
I looked
it
at the
is?
design originally, sir. I haven't looked at it since.
You just told me that you had.
I had to look at it for plan review.
Okay.
I haven't looked at it today.
And what's the strainer?
There's a strainer. That's all I can tell you right now. What is a strainer?
What is
It's a
the size
preventative
of the strainer?
device. I don't know what size that particular strainer is.
So you came in to tell this board that the strainer's okay, and you don't even know what size the strainer is.
I told the board there's a strainer there to prevent stuff from being sucked up into the truck.
And what if the algae gets attached to the strainer?
They can backwash that strainer.
They can firefighters.
Yes.
And you know as your experience as firefighter
I know that from talking to the previous fire marshal
about the strainer.
about what would happen if it got clogged. But they
And
would,
what happens if it did get clogged and they couldn't get water?
then they would drop another hose in with another strainer. So
Just like that, simple as it.
I don't know if it's simple as that, but that's what they would do.
In your experience as a firefighter?
As my experience as the chief building inspector, that's what they would do. They would get water where they could get water, sir. They would get it from your pool if they could get it.
So, as the chief building inspector, that's your opinion about what a firefighter would do?
Yes, based on
All
what
I
I've
ask,
seen.
thank you.
All right, do we have any further questions? Any questions from the board?
I have a couple questions, Mr. Nunes. How you doing tonight?
Good, how you doing?
Am I correct in saying, based on Ms. Volova's testimony, that no electrical permit had been issued for the electrical work that needed to be done to provide power to the aeration device they requested?
The permit hasn't been issued, and any work they've done is a violation of the National Electric Code and the State Building Code.
So the electrical work was illegal.
If it's done, and which I don't know because I haven't been down there to see that, then it would be because they did it without a permit. If the permit hasn't been issued.
I have another question in regards to the construction of a typical dry hydrant like is located on the property there. Let's just say if this was the standing pipe, the pond's here, and the pipe goes down, turns, and goes into the pond area, does it go straight in at an angle maybe, or is the end of the pipe upwards so if debris fell down around it, it would not get sucked into the pipe?
It's typically straight down and maybe drop down on an angle. It'll be usually about 2 foot from the bottom, and it'll be on supports.
So it's less likely it gets clogged because of its orientation off the bottom.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
May I just respond briefly?
Sure.
So, you didn't look at the pond, you didn't look at the electrical?
I didn't look at the electrical because I was unaware that they did the work without a permit.
But you didn't look
Your
at the
client's
lights?
done other work down there, like build handicap ramps to your park models. We've been trying to work with them because instead of just going down and hammering and knowing that they're going to appeal, I think they're trying to get through this process before we go down and ask. Now, they've applied for permits, but they can't get them because of the zoning violations. They've applied for a handicap ramp. I can issue the permit for a handicap ramp, that's fine, but if I can't get zoning to issue it, and they just go and build it, what are they doing? They're just doing stuff to do it, and we're going to beg for forgiveness. I mean, they've done a sign down there, they've done the handicap ramp, now they've done this electrical work that I found out tonight. Now, we can go down there and put stop work orders on all the stuff and just create the same stuff that we're doing here tonight, or figure out where you're going to go with this from here on after they make a decision.
Are you finished?
I'm finished.
Did you hear at the very beginning of this matter that a notice of violation was rescinded tonight by the county before this board?
For the one building,
And that was for a stop work order, correct?
yes,
And the county rescinded that NOV? Isn't that right?
yes.
And has there been any notice of violation issued for this electrical work?
There hasn't, because we were trying to work with your customer to get stuff where they need to be.
But you don't know because you didn't look at it today or this week.
No.
And tell me how you know the orientation of the pipe at the bottom of the pond.
Because it was inspected by one of my inspectors before they did the test.
So you know the orientation of the pipe, you just don't know the strength.
I don't know the size strainer off the top of my head. I couldn't tell you the size strainer on the 20 that I'm telling you that's in the county off the top of my head without looking back at designs. Every designer has a different design based on that pond, the size of the pond, the depth of the pond.
But you have a specific memory about the pipe orientation in that particular pond.
I have a specific memory of NFPA 1142 and what most designers design and show on their plans.
So you have a general understanding of the code, but you don't know what happened in this particular pond, right?
I don't know what particularly happened in this particular pond because I didn't do the inspection on it.
Thank you.
I have a couple of follow-up questions, Mr. Nunes, please. I read in our packet earlier that most campers, trailers, and RVs connect with a 30 amp or a 50 amp electrical connection. And I read in our paperwork that it mentioned that some of these park models had 100 amp services inside of them. Can you tell me more about that? And is that typical for RVs?
So I can testify to what the pedestals have on them out there because that's all I have jurisdiction on when they fall under the RV code. I have no jurisdiction over an RV or motor vehicle or your camper. The building code does not have anything to do with that. We just inspect to where those pointed connections would be for your sewer connection, for your water connection, for your electrical connection. We make sure that's code compliant. That RV sticker basically certifies that to be what it is. And all they do is plug in and make their connections. And as I said, we have, as a building inspector, we have no jurisdiction over the RVs.
Can you tell me what is the maximum electrical connection size in amps at each pedestal?
They vary. They vary from 30 to 50. And I believe the ones that the park models got have the 50 with them.
But there are no 100 amp plug-in connections.
Not that I'm aware of, not for them, no.
I have a question also about, there's been talk tonight about the foundations that, or so-called foundations that are holding up these park models. The owners there, the representation, the attorney was mentioning that they still have the tongue and axles under them. If they have the tongue and axles still on them, what is the need for having underpinning that goes around the outside? And also, what is the need for having strapping like a single wide or a double wide trailer may have, where anchors are screwed into the ground and metal straps go around the frame to hold it? What is the purpose for that if it's supposed to be a mobile vehicle?
So I'm going to speak about the manufactured housing division, so maybe save Joe Sadler some conversation. They have an interpretation out based on park models and what they are. And if they carry a sticker in that certification, they are an RV, technically by the standard, the 119 standard. Mike Haim, who's the chief building code consultant for the manufactured housing division, has put this memo out in 2019 that basically goes through all the stuff you've heard tonight about the 400 square feet and all that. It gives a gross trailer area of the 400 square, how you're supposed to measure it. It don't talk about the shadow of the sun or anything. In there it says, even though they're supposed to be mobile in it, that they can be temporarily blocked up and anchored to prevent overturning. So again, I enforce the state building code and DOI's interpretations. And that interpretation tells me it's okay for them to be anchored and be up on blocks as long as the wheels are still on them and the tongue's on them. Other than that, like I was saying, I don't have any jurisdiction over them.
Do you consider the blocking and the strapping a permanent foundation?
I don't consider it permanent because it can be taken apart. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of a time. They're not going to do it in 10 minutes. The cladding around it is for cosmetic. You don't want to be looking at wheels and a tongue on a trailer if you're trying to have a good product out there. Can they take it apart and dismantle it and tow it? Yeah. Can they take it on the road? That's a DOT question for the width and all that you've heard earlier in the testimony.
I guess all my questions. Thank you.
Anything? All right, anything further here? All right, thank you.
You.
That's the county showing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask the client to come and present their case for the campground.
First of all, if I may, we have two admissions from the planning director. The first admission is that 17 of the park model trailers, park model RVs, are in compliance with the UDO. You heard it. It's a concession here. 4, in her mind, are not. We contest that. But tonight, we'd be willing to move those 4 into a compliant flood zone. That way, there's no park model violations. You guys don't have to make your decision. Second, you heard health and safety. This is a health and safety maintenance issue by the planning director. That was her admission, which means it's not an expansion of non-conforming use. It's an exception to that, which means it's allowable under the code. So what we're requesting is that the board hold there be no violations and have those be rescinded if we move those 4 trailers and the fountains approved. If not, I can proceed with my testimony. But because you heard those admissions, we're making that offer to move the 4 so that we're in full compliance with the park model.
Well, we'd like to hear your case as well. You know, there still is the issue of the overall issue of the non-conforming use and what that means. And I do have some questions remaining for your side about how the trailers are being utilized, how are they being used, what's the intent of their use. So I would really like to hear more of what you have to say before we make a decision up here tonight.
Absolutely. We're ready. And if we may proceed?
Okay, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
You're good.
would it be appropriate to ask the county if
Did you want to be heard on his request?
I guess I was hearing that the board is intent on continuing with the hearing. Is that
what I was saying, Mr. Chairman, was would we need to ask the county if they would be acceptable to their terms of moving those 4 about that one particular item on the agenda?
Yeah, I guess we can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. McCree?
Well, certainly would appreciate compliance with a notice of violation, but not that it somehow means that there was no violation if there are at least 4 that are found to be non-compliant. But if an affirmation that the notice of violation was valid, at least after those 4, and they are moved to become compliant, and I think that's something that might be acceptable to resolve this issue. Likewise, as to the aerator and that denial of the permit, that was based upon a notice of violation that had not been rectified. So it seems to me that it would be appropriate to affirm that denial based upon the fact at the time there was a violation, but there's now been acknowledged that there are at least 4 units that are in violation. And so I guess as you heard, I mean, once this violation is dealt with by this board in some way, that then certainly opens the door up to resubmission of a minor site plan for the aerator and the ability for planning staff, as they talked about in their testimony, to try to work with the applicant to come to some resolution on that issue and assure compliance with the nonconformity section of the ordinance.
And make no mistake, we're not saying that those 4 are in violation at all. If you apply the building, or excuse me, the UDO definition, we believe that they're in compliance, fully compliant. It just, a different definition applies to the 4 rather than the 17. And so we'll have to look at, we're not going to look at 17 anymore because they're in compliance, according to the planning director. We're going to focus on the 4. We're going to look at the definition, and we're going to show you all that there's not a violation there either.
Do you share that position?
I'm sorry.
On the 17?
Do you share that position on the 17 and the 4?
Well, no, I think we would take the position, as we did in the opening, that what is determinative is the county's definition, not the definition of the state of North Carolina.
Okay.
I mean, there's black letter law in North Carolina that provides that what is determinative is the definition contained within an ordinance.
And what's determinative is the admission by the planning director that all of those 17 are in compliance. You heard it.
Well, it doesn't sound like we have a stipulation, so we should probably
Absolutely.
move on. And
Let's
call
do
the
so.
first witness.
Let's do it. We call Dr. Klumpner.
And can you repeat his name? I'm sorry.
Clumpner.
Thank you.
Michael.
And Doctor, have you been sworn in already? Were you?
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
I have.
okay.
Good evening, Dr. Faulkner.
Good evening.
So you are a firefighter in Charlotte, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And you are the battalion chief for the Charlotte Fire Department?
I am one of many battalion chiefs, but yes, ma'am, I'm a battalion chief.
And you are an expert in fire safety?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have your PhD?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what that PhD is in?
It's in Homeland Security Policy.
And you also have your master's in business administration from Elon?
Yes, ma'am, Elon University.
And 2 associate's degrees in fire science and emergency medical science as well?
Yes, ma'am, and an undergrad bachelor's degree in business leadership.
So we'll talk about your fire service in a minute, but let's talk about your background a little bit. Can you open that notebook to tab 16? And behind that tab, is there an affidavit that you prepared for this matter?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
And that's a sworn affidavit by you?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And the items in this affidavit are truthful, accurate, and based on your personal knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And you have attached to that affidavit your resume, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And is your resume accurate?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So I'm going to go through it all because the board has a copy and it is pretty lengthy, if you might notice. But can you tell me a few of the highlights from your resume that relate to your experience in fire safety?
Sure. So I now have 30 years in the fire service. Just hit 30 years this past January. I became a volunteer firefighter in 1992, and in 1997 I was hired as a full-time firefighter with the town of Cary. I spent 2 years there, and then I became a firefighter with the city of Durham. I was with Durham for about 4.5 years, and then I was hired with Charlotte Fire on January 6, 2003, and I've been with Charlotte Fire ever since, and I'm coming up on my 5-year mark as a battalion chief. So at Charlotte Fire, if you're familiar at all with Charlotte, I cover the old Eastland Mall area, which is East Charlotte. It's low income, high density, very, very busy. We have about 130 working fires every year. We run about 26,000 calls out of the 5 stations that I cover, so it's an incredibly busy part of the city.
Okay, and currently you are the President and Chief Executive Officer of Threat Suppression Incorporated?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm blessed. I own a government consulting firm, and we focus on active attackers, active shooters, hostile events. And so our biggest client is the DoD, followed by the Department of Defense, followed by the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and several other clients. But we look at a variety of different threats, one of which is fire as a weapon, which is where someone goes into a building, shoots a bunch of people, and lights fires behind them. And so now you have burning fires, burning people, and someone who's actively shooting. So it's about the worst of the worst.
All right, and you're also a visiting professor at the New York University School of Engineering Fire Research Group, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So I have a problem. I can't say no to jobs. Ask my wife. So yes, with NYU School of Fire Engineering, again, I oversee the active assailant fire program, and so we look at how fire departments respond to a variety of threats, including fire as a weapon and active shooters.
So during your almost 30 years of firefighting experience, you have spoken publicly regarding assessing threats to public safety from emergency situations?
Yes, ma'am. I think as of right now, it's 400 conferences on 4 continents.
Okay, so it's my understanding that one of your specialty areas is fire safety. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience with that?
Sure. So fire safety is something that we do every single day at the City of Charlotte. So as I'm driving around, we're constantly assessing for fire risk and fire threats. I don't work, as my friend over there does, code enforcement and fire prevention. We have our fire prevention bureau. I'm in operations, so I'm not in fire prevention. But because we're running so many calls, if we do see issues, we have to immediately address them, life safety, life hazard issues. So as part of that, we're constantly looking at fire volume and potential fire threats. We have a huge number of apartment complexes that tend to burn very badly. And along with that, we have water supply problems just like everyone else has. So constantly looking at our fire threat and where we're going to get water from. That's our 2 big things we're always, as firefighters, want to know.
So do you routinely assess businesses or properties for their fire risks?
Yes, we do all the time, constantly.
And how do you identify a fire risk to a property?
Sure. So as the fire code chief said, we're looking for code compliance. Number one, the big things we're looking for is life safety hazards, imminent hazards like exit doors being chained, boxes and stuff against breaker panels, stuff like that. But again, we're also looking at property use and property type and what is going to be the biggest problem, because a fire at a nursing home is different than a fire at a daycare or a fire at a nightclub at 1 o'clock in the morning. So mixed use occupancy and all depending on who's there depends on what we're going to do. Fire behavior, we have a pretty good idea about how it's going to respond. Human behavior, not so well. So that's the consistently inconsistent.
So clearly the risks to humans are different than just basic risks to property.
Yes.
How do you determine what the risks to humans are specifically?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. And again, it really depends on the population of the people. It depends on what you have. We have large homeless camps, unfortunately, and we've had a plethora of fires at the homeless camps, whether it's accidental or intentional. Someone has burned out a homeless camp. So we have those along with apartments and building fires. So we seem to have a mix of everything.
Are those sometimes spurred by open flames that get out of control from barrel fires or fire pits or things like that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, a good number of them are from camping fires, warming fires, especially in the colder months.
So is it easier, or do you have experience drawing or drafting water out of a pond or lake?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Is it easier when there's a dry fire hydrant installed?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to tender Dr. Plunkner as an expert in fire safety.
Okay.
So, Dr. Plunkner, thank you. You were engaged by 8570 LLC to examine the materials in support of the minor site plan application for the fountain and for the campground. And as you know, we've been talking about the campground for a while. You were also engaged to determine, based on your professional experience, whether the fountain would protect and promote public safety and prevent some hazards to the campground. So, have you visited the campground?
Yes, ma'am. I did this afternoon.
All right, and so this is where we were, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the firewater pond that you viewed this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And did you see the dry hydrant at the pond?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Does it look like this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So is it your understanding that this was installed with the cooperation of the local fire officials?
Yes, ma'am. I read an email thread that was going back and forth between Lower Currituck County Volunteer Fire Department and the former campground members regarding the installation of the fire hydrant, and it was also regarding the anticipated fire threat based on the occupancies and what type of fire flow they would need. So the pond is designed based on the anticipated fire threat at the campground with the structures they have. So it's engineered. It's not just haphazardly done.
So you heard just a minute ago that the campground is surrounded by water, by the sound. And so if there were a fire, firemen could just draw water from the sound if they needed to. Is that your professional opinion as well?
No, unfortunately, it's the old adage, water, water everywhere, not a drop to draft. So, yeah, there's water everywhere, but unfortunately, we can't access it because what we're doing is with our fire truck, we're actually creating a vacuum inside the fire truck, and we're not sucking water in. We're creating a negative pressure, so atmospheric pressure pushes the water into the fire truck. So we're actually lifting water, not sucking. It's a difference in drafting. So the problem is, it's something called the 10-20-30 rule. So it means we can't easily lift water more than 10 feet, and you can see that hydrant is up higher 10 feet than the pond, but it was designed this way. So typically we can't lift water more than 10 feet, nor can we have a section of hard hose that's longer than 20 feet, nor can we pull a draft on our truck for more than 30 seconds. So drafting is very difficult because your truck has to be airtight, and in order to get it airtight, you have to tighten up all your couplings with a rubber mallet. Then you put your hard suction in the water and you pull a draft. So yes, the sound is everywhere, but the problem is you have to get a fire truck almost in the water because that hard suction we have, and if you ever look at a fire truck, it's the big kind of reddish purple tubing on top of the truck. It's not the normal hose that comes off the back. This is a hose that's designed not to crumple when you put a suction on it. So that can only be 20 feet away from the fire truck. So you guys all saw, going in on the sound side, you could do that, but you're going to put a fire truck in the water, and so it's going to be very difficult to get it out. So we do have similar stuff like this. We don't have a sound in Charlotte, obviously, but we cover Lake Wylie, and so what we use often on Lake Wylie is fireboats, and we have a $500,000 fireboat. The fireboat comes and is the hydrant in the water and actually drops hose to the land, and then the fireboat sits out there and becomes our hydrant. Because otherwise, you can't just drive a fire truck into the water. And that's what, if you look at this area right here, may I stand up? If you look at this area right here, it's actually designed with a gravel pad, and this is done intentionally because as the fire truck sits here and it's pulling a draft on this, and it starts sucking water, so this dry hydrant right here was designed to flow 1,000 gallons per minute. So as it's flowing water, it's going to end up having a little bit of rock with vibration, and then the ground's going to get really, really wet right here. And so this was intentionally designed with a gravel parking pad, so the fire truck can be right here. So that's unfortunately, yeah, water everywhere, but it's not going to help us unless we get a fireboat. If there's a fireboat nearby, then it'll help us.
In addition to the issues from the sound, is the location of the campground, does it in any way concern you?
Yes. So obviously, as it's been talked about by everyone, and everyone knows the location now, it's out on the end of the peninsula, and it's a single route of ingress in and single route of egress back out. So talking earlier, campground at max capacity, I think it was mentioned, and they could correct me if I'm wrong, 800 to 1,000 people at maximum capacity. So if you do have a fire problem, it's going to become a problem very, very quickly. So.
All right, so what about the weather conditions? I know it's pretty windy out there today.
It was. I was hoping for better weather. It was windy, and so our arch nemesis in the fire service is wind-driven fires. Like, aside from someone just adding fuel, literally fuel to the fire, our next biggest arch nemesis is wind-driven fires. If you get a fire out here, the wind is always blowing off the sound. You guys know that. And so what this means is fire is going to spread very, very quickly. So a non-incendiary, so someone didn't just pour fuel, campfire got away. That fire is going to grow at a rate of 1,100% every minute. So it's going to grow, grow, grow. Now, if someone actually poured fuel out there, it's doubling in size every 20 seconds. So time is definitely against us, and we've got to find water as quickly as we can and put as much water on it. And because it's out the end of the peninsula, we know it's going to be a dead-end municipal water supply, so you don't have a typical municipal water supply. You don't have hydrants.
Okay. So is there anything about the vegetation of the campground that concerns you?
Sure. So this gets what we call wildland-urban interface, which means you have houses and property with vegetation all around it. Sometimes the vegetation may not be living. So unfortunately, that's just going to create even more fire growth. And so as you guys have seen, we've had some significant forest fires here in Charlotte, and they grow very quickly. And once forest gets involved along with houses, it's really hard to get ahead of it.
So there are additional structures on the campground too that could present some risk. And as we discussed, open flames. Does that concern you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a campground. So people are going to have campfires. They're going to have charcoal grills. They're going to have that kind of stuff. 4th of July, I don't know what your policy is. Maybe you allow fireworks, but there's certainly going to be fire hazards. And, our biggest, enemy they always see is just the flicked cigarette butt down into some dry tinder, and it's off.
So have you ever seen campground fires before that spread?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if y'all watched it. So I had a house in South Myrtle Beach, and so this past January down in Myrtle Beach at the campground there at Ocean Lakes, they had 11 units damaged, 3 were totaled, and 2 civilians got hurt and 1 firefighter got hurt. 3-alarm fire, 70 firefighters came. It was all serviced by career fire departments, so a massive response down there, and it was all serviced by municipal hydrants, and it did a tremendous amount of damage in a very short time and hurt people. So, yeah, there have been significant campground fires.
So you are here because of this minor site plan application for the fountain. Did you review that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you review the facts that we provided in support of this deal?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you had reviewed the area fountain specifications that we had discussed previously in Exhibits 3 and 15?
Yes, ma'am.
And you looked at the photos of the algae that we talked about earlier and the pond and the hydrant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so based on your review of the minor site application and those supporting materials, what is your understanding of the purpose of the fountain?
Sure. So one thing is you have to keep in mind, so we're going to be pulling about 1,000 gallons per minute. So what this creates is it creates the bathtub drain effect. So you get a big swirl that's going down right where we're pulling the suction. And so what that does, just like in your bathtub, it starts pulling everything on the surface over, it's pulling it in, and it's dumping it right down into that spiral convex. So now, fortunately, like my colleague back there said, yes, we do have strainers on there. There are strainers on there, and most of them are built with 3/8-inch holes, which is great. That's going to stop the fish and the beer bottles and stuff like that. But algae can get through, and other things can get through. Now, the good news is, it's probably not going to completely jam up that strainer. If the strainer gets jammed up, it is very difficult for us to fix that because we lose the prime in our pump. Whatever water was in our tank, which is only about 500 gallons, we now have to backflow. We've lost all water. So it's a big deal. But where this becomes even more problematic, it'll go through our pumps and our impellers will eat it up. But at the very end is our nozzles, and that's where it's going to affect us. That algae, all that small bit is going to get stuck in our nozzles, and it's going to fix our flow, so our flow's not working anymore. We have to shut the line down. We have to tear the nozzle apart, get the garbage out, put the nozzle back together, and then we go back to firefighting. So that's the effect that it has, and the fountain would certainly take away all that top cover algae that we saw, and I think you'd be hard to find any fire official that would tell you not to do something that would benefit public safety. I don't think anyone would ever want to go on record as being the person saying this isn't a good idea.
So do you have a professional opinion as to whether the area fountain will maintain safe conditions, protect against health hazards, and preserve and promote public safety at the campground by reducing the risk of the algae clogging up your fire equipment?
Sure, yeah. At the very least, it's gonna help minimize. It may not eliminate the algae risk, but it's going to help minimize the algae risk.
Great. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, and the last thing I would say is, odds are from all the fires that I've used with dry hydrants, we never use it at the facility that had the dry hydrant. The odds are your dry hydrant is not ever going to be used at this campground. It's going to be used for homes that burn up and down water lily. That's who's going to use it. And so when we create dry hydrant situations like this, you may have a fire truck that's right here pumping to a fire that's 3 miles away or 2 miles away. So this dry hydrant becomes your big municipal water supply. And I can tell you through 30 years of experience, odds are this is going to be used at a house fire on water lily, and it's not even going to be used in the campground. You're welcome.
You may have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. McCree, did you have any
Yes.
questions?
So you said that drafting water was easier with a dry hydrant. Sorry, say that back. So then should the campground, from all this dire news you present and risk and unsafe environment, it sounds like then should the campground be shut down until an aerator is in place on this pond?
I think that they have done incredibly well by getting this far. And as the fire code gentleman said, this is something that we test annually. And so all hydrants have to be tested annually. And so I would also rely back on your volunteer fire department and go back and check their records and see what kind of fire flow issues they have had.
So you're saying this is unsafe condition existing right now?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that we can make it safer, is what I'm saying.
It's not unsafe without an aerator.
It's not unsafe. You could function with this.
Okay. In fact, it has been for 3 years at least. Isn't that correct?
They've used this for a fire?
As long as the campground's been open, there's been no aerator. Did you hear that testimony?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I wasn't aware this hydrant had been used at a fire. I missed that part.
No, I didn't say it'd been used for a fire. I said there's been no aerator in the pond.
Right. Yes.
But so there's no unsafe condition. I mean, I think your testimony was that it could be certainly utilized now.
Sure, it
for
can be
fire
utilized now.
suppression.
Sure.
Are you familiar with other means of providing water to fires? I guess you are.
I am.
Are you familiar with the fire department that serves this fire district?
So I am somewhat, and so.
What fire department is that?
So if you go in on Water Lily Road, it's Lower Currituck Fire Department, and then it says underneath it, Water Lily Fire Station.
Okay. Are you aware that's an emergency medical services station owned by the county? But
So-
besides that, are you familiar with fire suppression plans of Lower Currituck Volunteer Fire Department?
I have not been given access to their pre-plans.
Okay. And is shuttling not another method? of providing water to fires?
Oh, it certainly is. Yeah, water shuttles is certainly an option, but it's a very complex option. So complex that we actually assign another chief to manage water shuttle operations because it gets very complex, and obviously that's a very narrow road, and so now you have big trucks going back and forth as fast as they can trying to shuttle water, and I'm not sure what your next water supply would be from here. I don't know where that would be, your next dry hydrant or your next municipal water supply.
Right, you don't know.
I do not know that.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything further from your side?
Nothing.
All right. We're going to see if any of the board has any questions.
I have a question for you, sir. Good
Yes, sir.
evening. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
We appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My question is pertaining to the 10, 20, 30-foot rule you mentioned, and that dry hydrant was capable of handling 1,000 gallons per minute. Isn't that what you stated?
Yes, sir. I think it was 1,087 if we want to get technical.
Excellent. That's even more accurate.
There you go.
Am I correct in saying that if a pumper truck connected to that connection right there, they wouldn't have a problem with the 10-foot rule because that pipe looks like it's emerging maybe 3 or 4 feet out of the ground, and we are assuming that that pipe goes down and turns and goes into the pond, so we probably only have 4 or 5 feet of that vacuum you were speaking about to cause that barometric pressure to push the water up, right?
So, yes, so what you're looking at is a pre-engineered dry hydrant, and actually, so this dry hydrant is actually 22 feet up, so according to the plans. So, but it was built wide, and it was also built, there's a cant down at the bottom, and that cant is actually designed to keep water in the tube, so we don't have to pull that vacuum as long. Does that make sense?
That's exactly what I was speaking about, being that there would be only a certain amount of air in that pipe versus water. There's not water all the way at that hole.
That is correct. That's 100% correct.
So when you're pulling this vacuum on that pipe, you're only pulling a little bit of air out of that line.
Yes,
So
it's got you within about that 10 or 15 foot range that most fire trucks are comfortable in pulling.
All right.
Yes,
so
sir.
the 10, 20, 30-foot rule probably would not be a problem with that hydrant.
So it is. However, you get a grace period when it's a pre-designed dry hydrant. So if we were just to drop our hard suction in a swimming pool, 10, 20, 30 foot totally applies. If we were to try and drop it in something else, totally applies. You get a little bit of grace when you have a pre-engineered system. Is that?
The answer is yes, the 10, 20, 30-foot rule would not be a problem with that.
Typically, no, because the 10, 20, 30-foot rule still applies. It still applies, but the hydrant is being built, so you're obviously more than 10 feet above the water, so the hydrant's giving you the benefit to get you in the 10, 20, 30-foot rule. Does that make sense?
Thank you. That's all the
Welcome.
questions
Yes, sir.
I had.
Yep. Anything? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, excuse me, the applicant calls Dr. Richards.
Have a moment, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Dr. Richards. How are you?
Okay, how are you?
I'm fine. You're a professor at East Carolina University, is that right?
Yes.
And you have your doctorate in what subject area?
Entomology.
And you might need to speak up a bit or get a little bit closer to the mic.
Okay.
Tell us what entomology is.
The study of insects.
Do you have any particular specialties or individual experience regarding insects?
Yes, my research and past experiences and work and teaching have focused on medical entomology, so insects that make people and other animals sick, and I focus specifically on mosquitoes.
About how many species of mosquitoes are there in North Carolina?
There's about 64, 65 species of mosquitoes in North Carolina.
And are there other insects that might frequent the campground that you've visited?
Yeah, we also may look at some pictures or talk about midges. There's some non-biting midges that also lay their eggs on the surface of a permanent water pond, like at the campground.
Before we get into your background, you prepared an affidavit in connection with this matter, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could turn the notebook to page 7, or tab 17. Is this your affidavit?
Yes.
And is everything, to your knowledge, correct, truthful, and accurate in the affidavit?
Yes.
You signed that affidavit when?
Today,
And where were you when you signed it?
at the campground.
You visited the campground today?
Yes.
Did you visit the pond in question?
Yes.
And tell me, when you visited the pond in question, did you see any vegetation out near the top of the pond?
Yes, there was some vegetation on top of the pond, and then you could also see below the surface of the water, there was some vegetation where the water was clear, where you could see around the edges.
All right, so let's go back for a minute and talk about your background. Tell me where you went to college.
I got my bachelor's and master's at East Carolina University and my PhD at NC State, and then I did a postdoctoral position for more experiences in mosquito-borne viruses at University of Florida.
And now you're at East Carolina?
Yes,
How long you been there?
since 2011.
And you started out as an associate professor, is that right?
Well, you start as an assistant professor, and then associate, and then full.
But you're a full professor today,
Yes.
right? And are you doing any research or studying on mosquitoes today?
Yes, that's primarily what I focus my research on. We do insecticide resistance research, so, different types of active ingredients and formulated products that are, we're evaluating their efficacy, basically. We do field evaluations of mosquito control methods, and then we also work with mosquito-borne viruses. We have a biosafety level 2 lab there at ECU, so we work with viruses like dengue, Zika, and La Crosse viruses.
So I understand from our earlier conversation that mosquitoes are actually flies.
Yes,
Is that right?
2 wings. Yeah,
And so are midges.
that's correct.
All right, so tell me, are there species of mosquitoes that actually lay their eggs in ponds?
Yes, different species of mosquito do lay their eggs in different areas. So you may have some that lay in artificial containers, you may have some that lay in ditches, and there are a couple of genera of mosquitoes that lay in permanent water ponds like this. And so we have some Anopheles mosquitoes, that's a genus, and then there's some different species of Culex mosquitoes that will lay their eggs in ponds like this, standing water areas.
And so tell me how algae contributes to the eggs and larvae growing and thriving in a pond.
Okay. So a little bit about mosquito biology. Mosquitoes lay their eggs on the surface of the water, in this case. The mosquitoes' eggs then hatch into their larval form, so that's the next phase of their development. The larvae can hide in vegetated areas or in algae areas, floating vegetation in the water, and they can, in that way, evade predators. So, there's fish in here, there's different predators in this pond that can eat mosquito larvae, but if there's vegetation in the pond, the mosquito larvae can, somehow survive.
So when we talk about the pond, I think we're pretty clear what it is right now, but you visited this pond here, is that right?
Yes,
And that's the same one that has the hydrant?
correct.
So do you have an understanding as to what a fountain might do on a pond to control mosquitoes?
So, yeah, mosquitoes need standing water to survive and to even lay their eggs. So when mosquitoes are in their immature form, they're either larvae or pupae in the water. They have breathing siphons. It's kind of like a snorkel, So they have to go up to the top of the water to breathe. So if there's any break in the surface tension, such as from an aerated fountain or, wave action, they actually can't get up to the top to breathe, so they won't survive.
All right, and how about with midges?
Midges, their biology would be disrupted because these non-biting midges that would lay eggs in this pond, they would be deterred from laying eggs in the pond because of the fountain, or the eggs would be disrupted after being laid and they wouldn't survive because of the wave action.
Mr. Chairman, I would tender Dr. Richards as an expert in entomology, specifically mosquitoes and midges.
Accepted.
And Exhibit A is your resume or your CV attached to your affidavit, is that right?
Yes.
And it's about 40 pages, I'm not going to go through it. But beyond that, you've attached a couple of publications that deal with how you control mosquitoes, and one is by your where you got your doctorate, NC State.
Yes.
And also there's one from Purdue, is that right?
Correct.
And there's a post about midges, is that right?
Yes.
Given the hour, I'm not going to ask you to talk in detail about them, but can you tell me the long and the short of those publications attached to your exhibit? Or
Yeah.
Your affidavit.
Yeah, it just talks about, different types of mosquitoes that would lay eggs in these types of areas, and here this one's about stormwater ponds, that kind of thing. And then there's some information about aeration and how that would disrupt, mosquito biology, kind of what we've been talking about, and midges.
All right, and have you seen any photographs from the campground?
Yes.
And I invite the board to look behind 19. I showed you one of these photographs early on. There are 3. And if anybody thinks we don't need to control midges at the campground, I invite you to look at the 3 pictures. One is a set of chairs, one is a park model RV, and one is another set of chairs. Can you tell me what you believe those insects to be?
Yeah, from what I can tell from the picture, they're non-biting midges, so that could be potentially, one source of midges could be this type of pond.
And obviously, the aerator fountain's not going to get rid of all the mosquitoes.
No.
But do you have a professional opinion as to whether the aerator fountain will reduce insects and disease vectors in the fire pit?
Yes, I agree with that.
And that's your opinion?
Yes.
And do you have a professional opinion regarding whether the reduction in algae in the pond will impact insect breeding or procreation in the pond?
Yes, I definitely agree with that. As we talked about, the larvae being able to hide from predators in the algae, and preventing mosquito eggs from being laid.
Finally, do you have a professional opinion regarding whether the aerator fountain will maintain safe conditions, protect against health hazards, and preserve and promote public safety at the campground by reducing insects and disease vectors?
Yes, I agree that that would be the case.
One final question. You see that there's a path around the pond, and would it be more likely because of that path that individuals would be, or mosquitoes would have access to individuals because there's a walking path?
Sure, yeah, I mean, the mosquito adults are generally probably resting in the vegetation around the pond and the, trees and kind of shrubby areas, so if people were walking or, there would definitely be host-seeking mosquitoes out there.
And why do we see mosquitoes swarming around a pond?
Well, I mean, they're laying their eggs, or as so they go through their larval and pupal stages under the water, and then at the end of their pupal stage, the adults emerge from their pupal case and stand on top of the water. So during emergence periods, there may be large numbers of male and female mosquitoes, around that area. They also, the males emerge first from a brood, and then they'll swarm around the standing water area, waiting for the females to emerge, and then they have mating swarms so that the females can get fertilized, and then they can then go, take a blood meal and develop their eggs that can hatch if they're fertilized. So.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. McCree.
Yes, Dr. As I asked Dr. Crumpler, it sounds like then this campground is unsafe and has been for the last 3 years without aeration to prevent these deadly mosquitoes from emerging from the pond? Is that correct?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's predators in that pond, so I mean, some mosquitoes are being suppressed. It would definitely be helped if there was an aeration in there, if that was an option.
Well, how about that marsh and wetland that surrounds this property? What are we going to do about that to
Certainly.
stop the mosquitoes?
Yeah, certainly there's mosquitoes coming from other areas as well. We're just talking about the pond right now, so, yeah. I mean, there can be, mosquito control pesticides sprayed. There are things called barrier sprays we can talk about if you want to, but, I think we're just focusing on the pond.
All right, well, what are we going to do about the second pond?
I'm not sure about the second pond.
You didn't see the second pond today on the property.
Did not.
Would grass, woody debris, other vegetation floating on the pond other than algae also provide hiding places for mosquito larvae?
Yes.
And I guess you would, not an aerator expert, I suppose, but we expect that an aerator would reduce the collection of grass or other debris or leaves or vegetation on the pond?
I would guess it would break it up and maybe not have it collect in large areas. That would be my guess.
Now, you heard Dr. Crumpler talk about windy conditions of concern out there because of wind and fire danger. Wind's always blowing off the sound, he testified. Would wind not also cause rippling or disturbance on the pond and disrupt the life cycle of mosquitoes?
Well, we were out there today. It was pretty windy, and I, saw a little bit of ripples. But I mean, it's nothing. That's not going to keep mosquitoes away. I mean, if we're talking about really, churning up the water, that's what I'm talking about as far as disrupting the mosquitoes coming up to the surface to breathe, and as far as inhibiting female mosquitoes from wanting to lay their eggs there.
Now, these non-biting midges, do you also know them as we do to be called fuzzy beetles?
Yeah, there's different types of slang terms for them.
Right. And they're not dangerous to humans.
No, they're non-biting. Yeah, they live in the water for most of their life, and then they have emergencies, and they really only hang around for each emergence for a few days,
Right.
and causing these issues.
So maybe a nuisance, but not
Yes,
a safety issue.
absolutely. Correct.
Except I would encourage you to be careful leaving our back door tonight because we usually get a collection. I have no further questions.
All right, anything further?
No, nothing.
Anyone on the board have any questions?
I have a couple questions. Hello, Doctor. How are you tonight?
Good.
I have a couple of questions about surface tension. You mentioned breaking surface tension. How many mile per hour wind does it take to break surface tension on a enclosed body of water such as that pond?
I'm not sure the answer to that.
Was there any, you mentioned in your testimony just a moment ago that there was some rippling on that pond today while you were there, and you said it was windy. Would you call that wave action, the rippling?
No, it wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't like a wave, it was just like water blowing on the pond.
The vegetation that you mentioned that you observed while you were there on site, that was vegetation you stated on the surface, as well as you could see some in those clear areas where you could see below the surface. Is that right?
Yes.
So it wasn't just algae, but there was vegetation.
That's what I thought when I looked at it, yeah.
Did you see a great amount of algae in the water?
There wasn't a lot of algae right now, maybe that's a time of year thing, I don't know, but it wasn't like covered in algae, no.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Anything further from the board? No? Okay, thank you.
The applicant calls Joe Sadler. Good morning, Mr. Sadler, or good afternoon.
Almost morning. Good morning.
Good evening, Mr. Sadler, how are you?
Fine.
We'll make this quick, given the hour, but understand that retirement, congratulations are in order, is that right?
About 30, well, January 31st, yeah.
And you retired from what agency?
North Carolina Department of Insurance, Office of State Fire Marshal, Manufactured Building Division.
And I'm going to ask you if you could either get closer to the mic
Oh, yeah,
or
sure.
speak up. And you were the Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Insurance, is that right?
Yes, I was Deputy Commissioner for 12 years.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do.
What is that in?
Civil engineering.
Do you have a professional license or professional engineering license?
I do.
Or what is it, a certification or a license?
Registered professional engineer with the state of North Carolina.
That's what I was looking for. And how long were you with the agency?
24 and a half years.
And you rose to Deputy Commissioner for your division, is that right?
Correct.
And why in the world would the Department of Insurance in North Carolina care about RVs and manufactured homes?
Well, most of it came from questions from local jurisdictions trying to understand what to do with them.
So your division at the Department of Insurance was really charged with looking at a unit and deciding whether it was a mobile home or an RV, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you and your division prepared a memorandum that describes what a park model recreational vehicle is versus what a manufactured home is that right?
We had one identifying factory-built structures, which includes several, and then we had a memo just for park models.
And so the difference, as I understand it, is you've got a mobile home, and that's a dwelling where people live permanently. Is that right?
Correct.
But yet an RV is where someone stays temporarily. Is that right?
It's defined as a temporary, for temporary living for seasonal, recreational, and seasonal use.
Are they built to different standards?
Yes, they are.
So I know that the division looks at these, but why would it matter to the fire marshal about whether there's an RV or a manufactured home?
Building official or fire marshal? Building official, okay. Well, it's that some cases that people have put these on because they'll put them on a permanent foundation, and a building official wouldn't know about it.
And so the Department of Insurance wants to make sure that someone doesn't convert a recreational vehicle
Into a permanent dwelling, right, into a permanent dwelling. Right.
And so you created this memorandum for your inspectors so they could go out and say, this is a manufactured home, this is a recreational vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And so that was essentially part of your job at the department?
Correct. Well, it was something to resolve that issue, yeah.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I tender him as an expert in the differences between manufactured home and RVs.
I'll accept that.
And so did you prepare an affidavit in this case?
I did.
And could you please turn to tab 15?
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Is this your affidavit?
Yes, it is.
Is it truthful, accurate, and correct as far as you know?
Yes.
You signed this when?
I signed it on the 9th of March.
Okay, tell me, have you been to the campground?
I have.
And have you inspected the park model RVs?
Yes, I have.
We switched from mosquitoes to RVs, so I'll just throw this up here. How many park model recreational vehicles are there in the campground?
Well, there's 8 in one section, 9 in another section, and 4 in another section, so 21 total.
And did you inspect each one?
I did.
Is this an example of one of those park model RVs?
Yes, it is.
So I'd like you to turn to Exhibit B. And this, board members, is behind tab 15, Exhibit B. And this is from the North Carolina Department of Insurance. What is OSFM sample?
Office of State Fire Marshal.
All right, and if you look at the reference line, what does this say?
Reference line, okay, I'm sorry. Recreational park trailers, park models / permanent dwellings.
So is this a memorandum you mentioned earlier when you're telling your inspectors how to decide whether a dwelling or a manufactured home or whether it's an RV?
How we interpret it is being that way, correct?
Right, and is this a criteria that is used by the state to determine if there's a park model recreational vehicle or a manufactured home?
Yes.
And did you apply this criteria to the park model RVs that were out at the campground?
I did.
And do you have a professional opinion as to whether these units, the 21 that are at the campground, are manufactured homes or recreational vehicles?
From everything I saw, they were park model homes, correct?
And did you examine, now you say park model homes, do you mean park model recreational vehicles or homes?
There's different, they can be called park, if you look in a lot of the standards, park model recreational vehicles or park model trailers. Could be either way.
And it's synonymous.
Correct.
It's still an RV.
Correct, same thing.
All right, so tell me the difference in building type codes between a park model recreational vehicle and a manufactured home.
Well, park model, let's start with manufactured homes. Manufactured homes are built to the code of federal regulations, Part 3200, 3280, 3282, and 3285 and 86.
Those are federal standards.
For how the 80 is how construction and safety standards. 82 is the regulations on how we run the programs.
And are those the same standards that park model RVs are built to?
No, they aren't.
What's the difference? What are they built to?
They're built to ANSI 119.5. And
Why is there-
that's American National Standards Institute.
Why is there a difference?
These are RVs. I mean, these are built to that code, and they build model standards. So they approve model standards for different industries. It could be any industry, but basically in this case, it's the manufactured recreational park model industry.
Right. And so when you looked at these 21 park model RVs out at the campground, did you see stickers?
Yes, I
that
did.
Indicated that they are certified as park model recreational vehicles?
Certified by RVIA. And by the way, the code says it has to be certified by the manufacturer, and they'll go through this process to prove that they're certified to be built to ANSI 119.5, and that's the RVIA, Recreational Vehicle in the Industry Association, excuse me.
Right, understood. And so in your opinion, as the former Deputy Commissioner, Department of Insurance, whose division decided what were manufactured homes versus park model recreational vehicles, is what as to these at the campground?
Recreational park vehicles or trailers, whichever one.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McCree?
Mr. Shadow, did you walk around those units today?
Yes, sir.
Did you see a North Carolina license plate on any of them?
I did not. And I wasn't looking for that.
You what?
I wasn't looking for it, so I didn't notice it either. So.
Right, but you walked around them.
Correct.
But you admit you didn't see any license plates.
No.
And in your job with the North Carolina Department of Insurance, you were regulating and interpreting the North Carolina State Building Code, isn't that right?
No, we're the state administrative agency for HUD, for manufactured homes.
Okay.
So we handle the administrative part in this state for HUD, for manufactured homes.
But you had no jurisdiction. You had no jurisdiction over county and city zoning ordinances, did you?
Not zoning ordinances, no.
Right, exactly. And so you didn't review and make interpretation of zoning ordinance definitions for cities and counties, did you?
No, we don't make those interpretations on zoning.
Instances where a city or county might have a different definition for things in its zoning ordinances than the state building code or some other state regulation might define things?
North Carolina has a statewide building code that they cannot be more restrictive than that code unless it's approved by the Building Code Council.
Right, as it relates to buildings and structures and construction, but not as to zoning matters.
No, not, as I said, there's no jurisdiction over zoning.
Exactly. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, did you have any follow-up?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Members of the board, questions?
I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Sadler. How you doing tonight?
Fine, how are you?
I'm doing well. Am I correct in saying that you have observed the folks' packet here that shows these pictures of all of these units, and it shows the invoices and their certificates of origin? Have
Correct.
you observed those?
Correct, yeah.
I'm curious as to why on the manufacturer's certificate of origin, there's a statement there that reads, "This park trailer was manufactured in accordance with the Department of Housing and Urban Development Standards, or ANSI Standard A119.5.
Well, this is a certificate of origin, and as Skyline does, they make both, and it's a standard form that they could put either or on there.
Do you think it would be logical if the manufacturer struck the words Department of Housing and Urban Development Standards on that, so one would not be confused? Because it leads one to believe when you read that it could be built to either standard because they're using the word or.
There are a lot of things that the industry could do to make things clear, and that's for sure.
Would you agree that that might be confusing to someone?
Yes, they did not know what they were.
Am I correct in saying that when you observe those 21?
I will say that DMV would know what they are based on how they're described on that certificate of origin.
Okay, thank you. Would you say that of those 21 units that you observed at the campground today, none of them had license plates on them?
I did not see one.
Am I correct in saying that you did not observe any HUD certification labels affixed to the outside of these?
I did not.
And you also did not observe any North Carolina modular validation stamps in these, or if you went inside?
That's correct, we did.
You did go inside
Yes.
of each unit?
Yes.
So it is your opinion that they are RVs and not a manufactured home?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
So in your opinion, as you said, that your opinion that these are, in your professional opinion, these are recreational vehicles, RVs, and not mobile homes or manufactured homes, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, and I'm just going to throw this out here for your opinion only, and it's
Sure.
in your opinion, based on your walk around and the site, do you see any indication that these units are actually mobile and are moving at any regular interval of time, or they generally appear to be stationary?
I can't tell that they've been moved at any regular time, but I do know that, and I can't say to the damage that they do to the skirting when they pull it off, but they could pull it out fairly easily, I would think. And when I say a short period of time, that would be half a day or something like that, if they were in the vicinity.
But you saw no indication that any of them have been moved recently?
No.
Or anything of that nature?
No.
Mr. Sadler?
Sure.
I have just a couple understandings. I understand there's a hitch assembly attached to these
Correct.
RVs, as they're described. What classification is that hitch?
I have no idea.
Do you know what?
When you say classification, you're talking about like a Class A, B, or C manufactured RV?
Well, typically when we're talking about an RV or towing,
Right.
we would talk about, whether it's a Class 3 hitch, a Class 4. Is it a pintle style? Is it a 5/16 ball? Is it?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that, because I'm just defining what codes they're built to and what it is,
Okay.
but not how they're hauled. That's DMV or DOT.
maybe another one of those questions that may be out of the scope of your expertise, but do you know what the tongue weight would be of that RV?
No, but I think on the, it says 15,000 pounds is what the unit weighs, so obviously it wouldn't be that much on the ton, because
Well,
you got two wheels on it, generally.
Since you brought that up, I had a question of what the weight was too, because I found two weights in the documentation that you provided. One was 15,000, one was 19,990, or 998 approximately. Basically 4,000 pound difference.
There's a couple of units, there are a few units out there that are accessible units, which they add some things to for accessibility.
Okay, so they may be the heavier units.
Yeah, it could be.
But they're at least roughly 16,000 pounds.
Right.
That's all I have.
Anything further? Nothing? All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right.
We call Frank Gray. Good evening, Mr. Gray. How are you?
Good.
You're sort of used to these settings, aren't you?
Sort of, kind of.
Tell me what your job is or what you do for the Manufactured and Modular Home Builders Association.
I'm legal counsel, and I'm a registered lobbyist, so I'm an advocate for the association.
And is one of your jobs to talk to lawmakers and policymakers about what is and what is not a manufactured home?
Yes, sir.
And let's just talk a little bit about your background. Where did you go to law school?
I went to the University of Florida.
Where did you go to undergrad?
I went to Davidson College.
Just up the road to Charlotte, right? And when did you graduate?
I graduated from Davidson in 1970 and from law school in 1973.
How long have you been representing the manufactured and modular?
Since about 1981.
And in addition, are you also a municipal attorney?
I am.
Are you, do you have experience reading municipal ordinances and codes?
I do.
And in addition to you being a municipal attorney, are you also a town attorney?
Well, that's one and the same. Yes.
All right. Well, let me ask it this way. In some ways, I'm a municipal attorney because I stand before these boards, but I don't represent a town. What about being in the municipal law realm? Do you do that?
Right. Yes, I do represent a town in Wake County.
All right. And previously, you were with an association called the League of Municipalities. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what that is.
That is the Association of Cities and Towns across North Carolina.
And when I was a young lawyer back in 1993, I would call you and ask advice about municipal codes. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Well, that was a long time ago. But after you left the League of Municipalities, where'd you go?
I went into private law practice with the firm that I'm still with now.
All right. And have you, as a governmental advocate for your clients, do you look at the distinction between manufactured homes and recreational vehicles?
I have had occasion to do that, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the situation comes up from time to time in the legislature with the Department of Revenue. There are just issues related to sales tax or zoning, and so it's an issue that I've had occasion to get involved in.
And is there a distinction between a manufactured home and a recreational vehicle?
Yes.
Is there a distinction under state law?
Yes.
And what is a park model recreational vehicle under state law?
Well, I think it's defined in state law. I don't have it right in front of me, but there is a definition in the revenue laws chapter that spells out what a park model recreational vehicle is.
And given that it's late, tell me, what's the basic distinction in your mind between a recreational vehicle and a manufactured home?
I think it's clearly the code that it's built to. So a manufactured home, mobile home, is built to a federal standard. There is a code that's published by the Housing and Urban Development Department, commonly called the HUD Code. And so a manufactured home would have a label, a seal, somewhere inside the home that says this unit is built to the HUD standards. Likewise, an RV is built to what they call the ANSI standards. And I forget the exact number citation now, but same type of thing. The RV unit would bear a label or a seal that says this unit is built to the ANSI standards.
And do you have an opinion as to whether, well, let me ask you this, did you go out to the campground today?
I did.
Did you walk around in the rain?
I did.
Did you examine these park model RVs?
I did.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the units that are at the campground are manufactured homes or park model RVs?
I do have an opinion that they are clearly not manufactured homes.
Because you're a manufactured homes representative, not an RV guy.
That's right.
So did you do anything to develop the other side of your opinion as to what they're not and what they are?
I did. I consulted with two gentlemen that are listed in my affidavit that are in the RV world, so to speak, and confirmed my opinion that they're not manufactured homes, the units we're talking about today, but they are in fact built to and are considered recreational vehicles.
And one of those individuals actually was the manufacturer of these 21 models, is that right?
Correct.
And what was his opinion as to whether these are park model RVs or manufactured homes?
Well, as it turns out, his company builds both, and so he was clear these 21 units are park model recreational vehicles.
And I think Mr. Craddock asked Mr. Sadler about that form. And the form says it's built either to HUD or to ANSI. And after your conversations with the manufacturer, is it because they build both and they have to say, is it an RV or is it a manufactured home?
I hadn't thought of that. That may be why they have the either block on the MCO.
And have you looked at the ordinance in Currituck County?
I have, yes.
And we've attached some provisions to your affidavit, is that right?
Yes.
I want you to turn, if you don't mind, to, this is the statement of the senior official at the RVIA, Nick Rubik. Exhibit C, this is 14, and I want you to look at this rendering. It's Exhibit E, and it's about a little less than halfway through Exhibit 14.
I'm getting there. I'm on Exhibit A.
Yeah, you're close. It's right there.
Okay. RV types, terms, and prices.
Yes, and this was from the RVIA. Is that right?
Yes.
What is the RVIA?
My understanding is the Recreational Vehicle Industry Association.
All right, there are two types of RVs listed. There are motorized RVs and towable RVs. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you? I'll let everybody get there. Madam, are you there? No. I just wanted. I wanted to give you time, but if I can. Okay. All right. So under towable RVs, do you see a list of recreational vehicles?
I do.
All right. And at the very bottom, do you see what's called a park model RV?
Yes.
And what does it say underneath there? Could you read that?
Movable resort unit designed exclusively for part-time recreational use. Sleep up to 10.
And is this a rendering generally of what you saw out at the campground?
More or less, yes.
If you could go up to the top below the towable RVs, could you read that?
The recreational vehicle?
I'm sorry, the towable RVs, there's italics?
Yes, designed to be towed by family car, van, or pickup truck. Can be unhitched and left at the campsite while you explore in your auto.
I imagine these can't be pulled by a family car, but can be pulled by a pickup truck?
Apparently so.
All right, so I'd like to turn finally to the ordinance itself, and this is the UDO for Currituck County.
Yes.
Now, we talked a little bit about state law, but I do want to talk about the ordinance itself. So let me just pull up one more order. All right, so we looked at this with Ms. LaCicero, and I hope I'm not crowding you here, but I think this is important. So this is, as you heard Ms. LaCicero testify, the actual Currituck County UDO definitions. Is that right?
Yes,
And these are the ones she cited in her RV, or excuse me, her NOV, right?
correct.
Did you hear Ms. LaCicero say that only 4 recreational vehicles are at issue, not the other 17?
I did.
And that's because those, she testified, comply with the ordinance?
I heard that, yes.
So we're talking about 4, correct? And what Ms. LaCicero said was that this definition doesn't apply, so therefore they're manufactured homes. Is that her testimony?
That's what I recall.
All right, so let's go back to what campgrounds are, and I think this is important. So it says a campground includes, but not limited to, right? And then it lists travel camp, recreational camp, camping resort, recreational vehicles park, right? So that means, or does that mean, that a campground can be more than just what's listed?
I believe so.
Now, if you look at what a campground cannot be, a campground does not include, number 1, a summer camp, number 2, a migrant labor camp. We're not talking about those, are we?
I don't think so.
Number 3, a construction camp. Number 4, storage for unoccupied camping units. Those are the only things that are listed as what a campground does not include. Is that right?
There's one more.
Did I miss one?
Park or manufactured homes.
Oh, well, the manufactured home. That's the obvious one. I'm sorry. So a campground cannot include manufactured homes. Is that right?
Yes.
But the campground can include recreational vehicles, as defined here, and other things, right?
Yes.
All right. So, but the manufactured home says manufactured home does not include a recreational vehicle. So it can't be both, correct? It can't be a manufactured home and a recreational vehicle.
Correct.
So what Ms. LaCicero is arguing is, doesn't meet the recreational vehicle definition, so it's obviously a manufactured home, right?
That's how she resolved the interpretation, I believe, yes.
But it's got to be something, right? I mean, it can't just be nothing. And if it's a recreational vehicle that doesn't meet these definitions, it still could be included in a campground, right?
Yes.
But it can't be included in a campground only if it's a manufactured home, right?
Yes.
So if the conclusion is this is not a manufactured home, then that's what's prohibited. Is that right?
Yes. I would say also that in looking at the UDO, that what was not cited in the NOVs was the definition of manufactured home dwelling, Class A, B, and C. And when you look at those, the units out in this campground are clearly not manufactured homes as defined in the UDO. They're not Class A, B, or C.
Right.
And so, to me, that adds to my conclusion that they're not manufactured homes.
And just because they might be in a higher hazard area doesn't mean they're in violation. It just means that, according to Ms. LaCicero, that definition applies, right?
Correct.
But if that definition doesn't apply, it still can be in a campground according to the UDO, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. McCree?
No question.
All right. I have a few, and I'll
Yes.
open it up also for the board to ask some questions. So your area of expertise is in kind of municipal law, I guess, or ordinances and things of that nature, correct?
I have some familiarity, yes, sir.
So have you read the section of the Unified Development Ordinance that refers to nonconforming uses?
I did not until tonight. I was looking at it as it was up on the screen.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts about that as it pertains to this particular situation?
I mean, I think the general black letter law is that the nonconforming use cannot be expanded beyond what it is. So it's allowed to exist as it is. You can't expand it.
Right.
But I don't think that really changes the interpretation of whether an RV or manufactured home is allowed in the campground.
Right, understood. So if we were to go on the assumption that these are not manufactured vehicles, they are RVs.
Yes.
Then under the non-conforming campground section of the UDO, Chapter 8, where it speaks of campers, would it be your opinion that these would also be considered campers under that section of the UDO?
Yes, sir.
And so, and where I'm going with that is that that section of the UDO prohibits campers from being in one campsite for longer than 90 days. And I know that wasn't directly addressed in the
Right.
NOV, but indirectly it was, because they made the distinction that there was a non-conforming campground, in the NOV. I do think the NOV may have fallen short of making that direct connection to that section of the NOV, to the UDO. But I was just curious of your thought on whether in that section of the UDO, that term camper, as it's referred to in the non-conforming campground usage section, would cover these types of vehicles as well.
Yes, sir. It's a good question. I read it, just again, looking at it on the screen tonight, that it talked about campers and camping, and
Right.
and in the 90 days, I would interpret to mean if you're in the doggone thing.
Right.
Not that it's just sitting out there.
Right.
But 90 days of occupied use,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's an interpretation, and you don't hire me to do that.
Right. Thank you. Any questions? Good.
Mr. Gray, how are you?
Good.
We've seen a lot of literature and coming from this RVIA, which is the Recreational Vehicle Industry Association. Is that policed somehow, oversighted, or is that just the manufacturer association of the people that are building and selling these?
My understanding, it's the latter.
Okay.
In other words, it's a voluntary association.
Essentially, all these terms and definitions, they're self-defining their products.
That's fair to say, yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have two follow-up questions.
Sure.
All right. The first question is, in your familiarity with municipal law, if a notice of violation is issued and it's appealed, the enforcement is stayed on that until a hearing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so, even assuming that back in June 10th, 2020, the requirement that the RVs be moved every 90 days is that issue, that's been stayed during COVID up until tonight. Is that right?
Yes.
The other question is, you're aware from the RV folks that the federal government has actually recognized park model RVs and exempted them from federal regulation. Is that right?
In the manufactured housing regulations, yes.
And I'm going to hand you this. It's easier than finding it in the exhibits. It's behind Nick Rudovich's statement. And is this the Federal Register that exempts park model recreational vehicles from HUD regulation?
Let me just look here.
Yes, so it's behind 14.
It's the double-sided thing that threw me.
Double-sided, I know.
Yeah, so it's, I'm sorry. It's on page 57688 of the Federal Register. That's behind Mr. Rudowich's affidavit. Yes.
So the Federal Register is the notification and codification of the Code of Federal Regulations?
Yes, and this is the part for manufactured home enforcement.
And so the HUD folks, the Housing and Urban Development Agency,
yes,
recognize park model RVs are regulated by the RVIA and exempted them from federal regulations. Is that right?
Yes, that is the meat of the coconut here in the regulation. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further questions from the board?
Couple of questions for Attorney Gray. How you doing tonight, sir?
Good, sir.
When you visited the site today, did you notice if any of those 21 park model RVs had any HUD certification labels on the exterior of them? That would be the metal placard that's attached.
Right. No, I did not notice any.
Did you also go on the inside of those buildings?
We went inside one, and I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you happen to notice if it had a North Carolina modular validation stamp?
It did not.
Thank
It
you.
had the RVIA label inside one of the cabinets.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anything further from the board? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe we take a short break while I consult with my client. We might be finished.
Yeah, I was 7 minutes.
7 minutes. I'll take anything I can get.
Well, we'll re-adjourn at 11:35.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene. Do you have any further
We have no
witnesses?
more witnesses. We'd like a brief 5-minute closing if that's possible.
Yeah, Mr. McCree, are you good with that? And would you like closing
Yes.
as well?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah, we do have.
And they were not sworn at the beginning. And I don't know if they're still here, but there were individuals who signed up.
Still here.
Well, we had
Well, I mean, I know there's people here. I just didn't know if the people who signed up were here.
we had 3. Joe Sadler already spoke. Stephanie Richards already spoke. Mike Klumpner already spoke.
Okay,
So those are the only 3 we
signed up.
have here.
Okay.
All right, proceed.
I'm first?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, it is 11:33. I'll make this very, very fast. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, there were 2 questions, right? And that's where we are at the end. 2 questions. Is this a recreational vehicle or a manufactured home? Number 1. And number 2, is a pond a health and safety, is a fountain in a pond a health and safety issue? Those are the only questions you need to decide today. You heard from our fire expert, 30-year firefighter. You heard in great detail that this is better, safer for firefighters. You heard from our entomologist. Fact is, fountains reduce mosquito populations and the diseases that are caused by mosquitoes. You know it well from your pond. So the health and safety side of it is the key, because I'll leave it. For a non-conforming use, the exception is for health and safety, right? And you heard Ms. LaCicero say on the stand yes, I admit this is a health and safety issue. So the pond fountain, I think, is an easy answer. Yes, it's a health and safety exception to non-conforming expansion. Because remember, the county allowed the pond to be expanded, didn't call that a non-conforming expansion, allowed the fire hydrant, didn't say that was a non-conforming use expansion, but now is saying that this fountain is, and we're saying that it falls under the health and safety exception, and Ms. LaCicero admitted that. The only other question for you tonight is this a recreational vehicle, or is this a manufactured home? I think you heard every single person, including the former deputy commissioner of the state Department of Insurance, down to a 48-year lawyer, say, it's obvious these are recreational vehicles. We're only talking about 4, right? We're not talking about 17, because Ms. LaCicero said the 17 comply with the UDO. So we're talking about 4. Those 4 are in a high hazard area. What that means is that the definition that I put up on the screen applies, right? So we have to look at that definition. There's no issue as to whether they're in a hazard zone illegally. They can be in that hazard zone. You just have to figure out what definition applies. And what you heard from Mr. Gray, the 48-year lawyer who's looked at these ordinances his whole life, was campgrounds can include many things. There are only 5 things that are excluded, including manufactured homes. So is it a recreational vehicle under definition A? Is it a recreational vehicle under definition B? No question, but it's a recreational vehicle. And because the but not limited to in the campground means that either one can be in. And so I think it's an easy 2-part analysis. Number 1, is it an RV? I think that's pretty obvious. Number 2, can it be in a campground? According to Mr. Gray's interpretation of the UDO itself, absolutely. So we respectfully request that the board rescind the NOVs, because for those 4, the director applied the wrong standard. And for the health and safety, the board, the planning director misinterpreted the ordinance. So we respectfully request that you all rescind the NOVs and approve the fountain application. And thank you for your patience and time.
First, it's important to note who is it that's authorized and has the authority to interpret the Unified Development Ordinance. As the ordinance provides, it is the planning director or zoning administrator who has that sole authority to make an interpretation, subject, of course, to this board modifying or otherwise changing that interpretation based upon the evidence presented to you. No one else has the ability or the authority to interpret and say what the Unified Development Ordinance means or what words that are contained within the ordinance means. As I said in the opening statement, there's been a lot of discussion about what a park model is and what a park model isn't, and what the North Carolina Highway Use Tax defines park model as, and what the industry that manufactures these things call them. But as pointed out, it's an industry that decides itself what they are. But all that's contrary, as I said in the opening, to black letter law in North Carolina, which provides that when a land development ordinance has clear and unequivocal language or a specific definition, that language is controlling on boards and courts interpreting the regulation. Now, in this instance, we have ordinance definitions. And the particular definitions begin when you have to go to and you look at Chapter 8 of the Unified Development Ordinance and the specific standards related to non-conforming campgrounds. How are they allowed to continue to exist? Although, as I spoke earlier, the whole idea is that they eventually go away. We're not to do anything that allows for their continued existence in the long term. And so the 8.2.6 non-conforming campgrounds, it speaks to general standards. Campers, may not be modified. No tent or camper may be located. And so the planning director properly looked at the UDO do we have a definition for camper? Well, we do. And so she applied that to her interpretation. But she also then evaluated other similar terms, like recreational vehicle and travel trailer, to see if perhaps these structures maybe met those standards, and determined they didn't. Now, you heard a lot of testimony about manufactured homes. It's not a manufactured home, it's an RV. It's a park model. It's not a manufactured home. Well, that's not what she focused on in making her decision. She indeed looked at the manufactured home definition, but she ends up concluding because the own-frame modular dwelling units, or cabin cottages, which she said earlier in her notice of violation is what the applicant even called them, cabins, cottages, do not meet the UDO definition criteria for camper, recreational vehicle, or travel trailer, and they are not permitted on the property. And then she goes on to say that a campground may not be for a park for manufactured homes. But that wasn't the sole issue that she was looking at. She was looking at all the definitions to come to the conclusion that whatever these structures are, they don't meet our definitions in Currituck County's UDO that is permitted, in her view and opinion and interpretation, within a non-conforming campground. Now, I would actually submit that what is occurring here is an end run on this board's prior decision when you last had a matter about this campground before you that was affirmed by the Court of Appeals in its decision issued last August. And so here's what the Court of Appeals said about our non-conforming standard in our ordinance. First, they cited Laura Cicero's letter of determination from January 7, 2019, and quoted her, the new facilities listed in that application, such as the new bathroom, swimming pool, pool house, and the like, are not limited changes, but are substantial and an impermissible expansion, enlargement, and intensification of a non-conforming use prohibited under Section 8.2.3.a. Now, why is this should be deemed and viewed as some kind of impermissible expansion, enlargement, or intensification of the use of a non-conforming campground? Well, that's because these structures, for over a year and a half, have sat on the very same spot in which they were located and pulled in to that park. And we would submit that what this is an intent to bring in to this non-conforming campground structures, facilities, amenities that would not otherwise be allowed or permitted under the Unified Development Ordinance. The Court of Appeals went on to say, the resolution of this dispute turns on the proper construction of Chapter 8 of the UDO. Chapter 8 regulates nonconforming uses. While nonconforming uses are allowed to continue and are encouraged to receive routine maintenance, the purpose and intent of Chapter 8 is to regulate and limit the continued existence of nonconforming uses. Nonconforming uses and structures are not favored under the public policy of North Carolina, and zoning ordinances are construed against indefinite continuation of a nonconforming use. Construed against the indefinite continuation of a nonconforming use. Section 8.2.3 provides general standards concerning the expansion and enlargement of nonconforming uses. Except in accordance with this subsection, they're quoting our UDO now, a nonconforming use shall not be enlarged, expanded in area, or intensified. They go on, the court does. Existing campgrounds may not be expanded to cover additional land area? What is a structure sitting in one place for over a year and a half doing, but covering more land area? Continuing on, Section 8.2.3 applies to all nonconforming uses, including nonconforming campgrounds, while Section 8.2.6 imposes additional requirements on nonconforming campgrounds. Thus, modifications to a nonconforming campground may not result in it being enlarged, expanded in area, or intensified, nor may modifications expand a campground beyond the land area existing as of 1 January 2013. And you've heard testimony from Ms. Cicero in her research and coming up with her last letter of determination in 2019. There was no indication, evidence of anything like these structures ever being located within this nonconforming campground. And finally, in response to this very petitioner's argument against this board's decision at that time, the Court of Appeals says that the petitioner's interpretation that they could pretty much do any kind of modification they wanted to the campground so long as they didn't create any additional campsites. The petitioner's interpretation would allow any and all improvements to a nonconforming campground so long as they do not enlarge the campground's land area or number of campsites beyond that which existed on 1 January 2013, or otherwise change the campground to another nonconforming use under Section 8.2.2. The court says, under this interpretation, an owner could indefinitely extend the lifespan of a nonconforming campground by regularly upgrading the campground with new amenities. This would contradict the stated purposes of Chapter 8 to regulate and limit, and that's highlighted, limit the continued existence of nonconforming uses and promote the continued viability of a land use that the county has deemed generally incompatible with the permitted uses in that district. And so it's unfortunate that the owners of this property, and they knew it going in, acquired a non-conforming campground, which came with it many limitations that they're going to have to continue to address and live with. And so we would submit that this board should affirm the determination made by Ms. Cicero that these structures, these amenities, these facilities, sitting in the place in which they were dropped over 1.5 years ago, are not campers under the non-conforming campground provision of the ordinance that are permitted. And secondly, as to the issue about public safety and why the aerator should be permitted, well, certainly it could be viewed also as a enlargement, expansion, or intensification of a use, because it's not just an aerator floating on a pond, but it is the other infrastructure that's going to be necessary to run there to operate it. And even the petitioner's own witnesses testify, well, it may be preferable, and it would be nice in essence, but it's not critical or crucial. And when I asked them, does the campground need to be shut down if it's so unsafe? Well, neither one of them, as I recall, believed that that was the circumstance here. And so based upon all that, and upon the evidence you've heard tonight, we would submit that the board should also affirm, it's not a notice of violation, of course, but it was a denial, at least a return of the application for the aerator pending resolution of the structures, 21 structures that have been poured into the campground. Thank you.
I have a short rebuttal. 2 minutes.
Certainly.
So my wife says that I bring up old baggage. And what Mr. McCree has done is brought up old baggage. That is a Court of Appeals decision. We listened to him read half of it. Never once mentioned recreation of vehicles, never once mentioned park models, never once mentioned manufactured homes. What it was about was a pool and bathhouses. Those were the, quote, amenities. He talked about structures, facilities, amenities. Maybe he wasn't listening, but all we heard tonight was park model RVs are not structures, are not facilities, are not amenities. They're vehicles. The Court of Appeals case doesn't apply. It's baggage, right? But what you have to listen to is the evidence, right? What did the actual planning director say? She said that 17 of these are not in violation. And the other 4, if they don't meet the park model definition, are they nothing? What she said in her ordinance, or her NOV was, I believe that the park model RVs more closely meet the UDO definition of manufactured home. That couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, it's nothing near the manufactured home definition. And finally, I just think it's ridiculous that you would say that you heard a 30-year firefighter say that the pond fountain was for health and safety, and it's backhanded like it's no big deal. So thank you very much.
Okay. So I'm going to open up the hearing here for discussion among the board. I'm going to start it off here. We've heard a lot of testimony here tonight, a lot of information. I've actually learned some things about mosquitoes and algae and all kinds of stuff. And you know, I'm a lifelong learner, so I'll take that information and I'll probably keep it stored up here somewhere. But in my mind, you know, it's 2 issues here. The aerator, I could take that one both ways, but you know, you can on the one hand you could look at the aerator and the fountain as an amenity. You know, it'd be nice to have a fountain lit up at night, and you got the pathway going around the pond, and you know, it could be seen as an amenity. It also could serve as algae control, mosquito control, but then that doesn't address the other wetlands around the site or the other pond that's on the site. It doesn't really address that. So those, you know, arguments I think have to be taken with a grain of salt. I will address the court case from last year. I do think it's relevant because the court case from last year set the foundation for how we view non-conforming uses. And those conclusions can be expanded across many different types of situations. So we can't really say that it's old news. It's the reality that we live under at this point because this is a non-conforming property, right? It still continues to be a non-conforming use. So we have to look at it from that lens. Now, I'll also say, was the NOV perfectly written? I have concerns about that. I think that, you know, maybe there's some things that should have been more explicitly laid out in terms of how this activity is in violation of Chapter 8 of the UDO. But at the same time, Chapter 8 of the UDO is the governing chapter. To me, that's where you have to start as a non-conforming use. And as a non-conforming use, there's a little more broad leeway there, right? Because you don't really get to go into other sections of the UDO as much. You know, that's the section that's governing you. And with that said, you have to keep in mind the intent, the purpose and intent of that section of the UDO. And as Mr. McCree said, you know, that intent is to limit these types of developments and to eventually phase them out, not make them more attractive and extend their lives. So, you know, there's just some thoughts that I have overall. As far as the aerator is concerned, my thought is issuing or granting an approval for that application is not really the place of this board, based on how this played out. I do think it's within the county's right, based on the fact that there was some other unresolved issues out there related to the trailers that the UDO does provide them that authority to hold an application or even deny an application, and that's not really our area to issue this approval for that application, in my opinion. And I would generally remand that back to the county and the applicant to work that out once this other part, gets worked out in terms of the travel trailers. So, with that said, I would open it up to the rest of the board and have some discussion about it.
I agree with you about the separation of the fountain. Even in my personal experiences and my professional career and what I do, I deal with similar things to what the applicant is dealing with. And there have been instances where there were certain things we needed to correct in our application, in our paperwork, in our site, and we were not able to proceed as a result of that. So, I mean, that's pretty clear. That's been it's written, it's a demonstrated practice. To me, that's a separate issue. Bringing the two together and trying to mend the two together tonight, it doesn't fit, in thinking about it at this point. So I have a similar support for you in that I think that element should be, we really need to deal with the primary issue, the NOV relative to the units, the 21 units, and then from there, once that's resolved, they could reapply and talk with planning and go through the appropriate process for that.
Right. And I think the county did say they'd be open to, re-examining that application for the fountain, and, I think that's reasonable.
I mean, I'll kind of get into the meat of it a little bit further as far as the units go. I mean, I've heard the pieces as well, and I understand it's non-conforming. And in what I do, I'm familiar with things of this weight and this size and other things as well. And if I look through the definition, and the UDO definition is what we need to follow. Recreational vehicle, it's a vehicle built on a single chassis. Is it on a single chassis? Yes. 400 square feet measured at the largest horizontal projection. I haven't measured it, but a lot of people said it is 399. Okay. Designed to be self-propelled, it's not, or permanently towable by a light-duty truck. Now, we can argue about a light-duty truck, whether it's an F-150, if you're a Ford guy or a Chevrolet guy or a Dodge or a diesel or whatever. But even, and I've got some big trucks, even a 3500, with a diesel and dual wheels, at 19,000 pounds and a platform hitch, which is what you'd be hooking up to. It's not a fifth wheel, so you're not going to bed distribute that over the axle. I can look at the tongue weights in here, but it would crush that F-150 that was sitting in front of it. It'd be sitting on the axles, and both tires would be flat. So it's a nice picture, but it doesn't really illustrate practically what's capable in that case. Even some of the trucks I have, no, we wouldn't be doing that, and they're some of the heaviest light-duty trucks until you get into a medium truck-duty market. So I do not see it as defined in the UDO as being towed that way. Now, one of the other things in here is it fully licensed and ready for highway use. And one of you gentlemen had asked that and had asked about registrations. I don't know if we've received any of those or not, but fully licensed and ready for highway use, it would have plates, it would have registration, it'd be ready to go. Now, we could argue whether the lights were attached or affixed or, those types of things and stuff like that. But then you get into the piece that it's over 102 inches wide. So, depending on your width and length and weight and all those things, we're going to get into either you got a lead vehicle, a chase vehicle, special permits, possibly even calling state highway patrol. I don't know all those rules because I don't move things that wide, but it clearly, in my view, does not meet recreational vehicle, and so I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too. I do have some concerns. I don't know if it wasn't really touched on here tonight too much, but we talked about it a little bit. But the purpose and intent of the UDO is very clear to me, and what's not clear to me was the purpose and intent for these units. So, we could even go through this discussion of whether they're recreational vehicles or not. Maybe they are recreational vehicles, but
By classification.
By classification, but by use, what are they? Are they use? Are they really being used and
But there's a
more
zoning
like
issue.
cottages or more semi-permanent type of,
But I think we still got to look at it from, it's not necessarily what your intent or how you're going to use it, but it's how is our ordinance define what that is.
Right.
In Ohio, they may call it something else and it may be perfectly fine, but we're in North Carolina,
Yeah.
more specifically in Currituck County, and this is the language that sets here. And I want to be fair and honest and truthful with everybody, and I can't make it fit. So if one of y'all can help me make it fit, I'm glad to listen to that, but I'm just struggling with it.
Yeah.
Well, I have a background in the motor vehicle business, and to me, if it's going to be a recreational vehicle or a travel trailer, it has to have a registration and license, be licensed to travel over the roads. And we have seen no indication that any of these units have the North Carolina DMV registration. I asked about it earlier and never seen one. So my point, what I'm thinking is, and we're getting the definitions from an association of the manufacturers, and they are, to me, they are creating a hybrid unit specifically probably for this purpose of putting them in campgrounds and getting away with it. No, they're not a modular home, but they're certainly not a traditional RV. So they got a gray area here that they're working and creating their own definitions in order to sell their product to campground owners.
And it probably works in a lot of states, but this may be very specific in a certain way.
That's fine with some people, but that's not according to our ordinance.
But even if we get into Chapter 8 and go into nonconformities, I mean, I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if we could grab a copy or pull it up, but you need to move it every 90 days.
Right.
I mean, I understand the stay, and I understand that, once you appeal, that the clock kind of stops, and then we start talking about things again. That's not what the NOV was written around, but you're really going to move these every 90 days?
Well,
that would be up to them.
Yeah.
That's their business.
Mm-hmm.
If
No,
your-
it's a requirement.
Yeah.
Of the-
If
Well,
your
and I
trucks
just,
had to
I don't want
be-
us to get off task here. The 90 days, Ms. LaCicero testified that she considered it's not listed in the NOV, and there's no notice of violation regarding the 90 days.
Right.
So I don't want us to get off task about what we have in front of us and get lost in the weeds on the 90 days. I understand you're looking at the whole Chapter 8 and the definitions, but
Fair enough.
just stay on track of what we got right tonight.
And we've got titles that say that they are motor vehicles, they're park models. We've got a VIN number
VINs are
And we-
supplied by the manufacturer, not the truck.
on the title.
But that VIN was generated by the manufacturer. It doesn't come from some agency.
When you buy a car, though, they come from the manufacturer as well.
The same VINs are generated by the manufacturers and put on the vehicle.
It's no different in that respect.
And they did have a permit to move them, so that's issued by Department of Transportation. I'm sure they must have checked on what they're moving. So I'm convinced that they are vehicles, even though they may not be what we like as vehicles, or some people don't think that they're vehicles. They're classified as a vehicle, like a manufactured home is not a modular home because of the building codes. And they're built totally different than a manufactured home. They're built as a trailer, not as a manufactured home.
But do they meet our definition in the UDO?
Not somebody else's.
Well, I think they demonstrated it, and didn't Lori say that? I thought when she testified. That's why those 17 are now conforming, because they are not manufactured homes.
I didn't hear her say that they are conforming directly. I didn't hear that during the conversation today. I've heard it said, but I did not hear her say that. Which would,
even if Lori did say that, it doesn't change the fact that if you look at the pieces and you get down through it, it still doesn't meet that standard for a recreational vehicle we have in here.
read them again for the board.
Recreational vehicle, a vehicle which is built on a single chassis, 400 square feet or less when measured at the largest horizontal projection, designed to be self-propelled or permanently towable by a light-duty truck. Designed primarily not for use as a permanent dwelling, but as temporary living quarters for recreation, camping, travel, or seasonal use. Is fully licensed and ready for highway use.
Well, most fifth wheels wouldn't be in that classification and wouldn't be able to go into the campground because they are not pulled by light-duty trucks unless they are really small, and nobody buys small fifth wheels anymore.
They actually have a half-ton towable fifth wheel.
I've been in the mountains of West Virginia. Ain't gonna make it.
I wouldn't suggest it, but they by GVW they make a half-ton towable too.
Steve, what are you thinking, Steve? You've been really quiet, and that's not like you.
I agree with most all of your comments. When it comes to the aeration device, I think they have a larger problem outside of their property, which is the Currituck Sound and the swampy area nearby. When it comes to mosquitoes and midges, you're not stopping that.
Mm-hmm.
Another thought would be, when it came down to the time when they got approval to put in the dry hydrant at that pond, if it was thought to be necessary to have an aeration device, why was it not installed at that moment? Why did that not occur? If it was something that the fire department or the building inspection office said, hey, we're going to have a dry hydrant here, you need to have an aeration device to keep down this algae and other debris.
Well, more importantly, the building inspector and the department, they regulate that to the design that is done by a professional engineer. So really, the professional engineer evaluates the site, they evaluate the soil conditions, they evaluate a whole bunch of variables when they make a decision of doing these ponds. I mean, I've built these and put them in as well. And why didn't that engineer specify it? Because as a professional engineer, you are liable for your work individually. So if it was required or necessary.
And we've heard testimony tonight that said it was not a requirement.
Additionally, we've heard it was not unsafe. Additionally, we have standards that are written by a lot smarter people than us who say that this needs to be inspected annually. And they probably do that to make sure that you have these things corrected.
And if there were a problem, they would correct it or have it corrected.
Exactly.
So we know that the functionality exists of this dry hydrant. Why was there not an application for the second pond to have aeration if mosquitoes and midges are a concern? That wasn't happening. We've heard all kinds of testimony tonight. And like Troy said initially, Chairman Breathwaite, Chapter 8 is the rule. Nonconformity is nonconformity. That's not changing. The Court of Appeals affirmed our decision when we made it, and I think 2 or 3 of us were on the board at that time of the prior deal that we had. So, in my opinion, it is non-conforming, bottom line.
So do we have any thoughts on separating out the fountain issue?
I don't have any opposition to separating it. I mean, I think it would be in the applicant's best interest.
It may be easier logistically to separate them when the motions are created.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, and I was just, when you say separate out, what do you mean by that? I mean, how do you envision that?
What I mean by that is, as I said earlier, I don't feel that granting a permit for that is the place of this board, and I think the county was within their rights to hold the application based on other pending compliance issues, which we're working to address, and I feel like that part of it should go back to the applicant and the county to work out in terms of an application once these other issues are resolved.
Okay, so I think that in terms of, I do think you need to split it out for the vote, and based on the counties, and I could pull up the notice of violation on, or not the notice of violation, but I guess the permit denial is, and they provided 2 bases, and one of them being that there were outstanding notice of violations, and if I hear you, you are discussing sending it back based on that you feel the county had the authority to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I have not seen enough evidence here tonight to support the other part of the denial, right? So there was a 2-part denial. I think they were well within their rights to deny it based on the other pending compliance issues that were going on. But the other part, we really didn't get into a whole lot of discussion about their review of the application and, where the application may have been deficient. I think that's something that probably needs to be revisited, both on the applicant's end and the county's end.
Well, then I would separate your motions on the 2 issues that you heard tonight.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion on the aerator fountain issue?
Well, I would suggest you start with the first issue regarding the notices of violation.
That's the harder one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do we have any further discussion on the NOVs?
Which I think is item A on the new business.
Yeah, item A.
Hang on, let me get to it. Where is it?
And let's keep in mind too that as a board, under the appeals process, we have only certain determinations we can make here. I'm going to read them back to you again.
That's what I was looking for.
So, in the case of an appeal, the Board of Adjustment action, the decision maker, in this case the county, did not make an error, or the county correctly applied the standards of this ordinance in making the decision or interpretation. Option 1. Option 2, the decision maker, the county, made an error in determining whether a standard was met. The record must indicate that an error in judgment occurred, or facts, plans, or regulations were misread in determining whether the particular standard was or was not met. Option 2. Option 3, the county made the decision based on a standard not contained in this ordinance or other appropriate county ordinances, regulations, or state law, or that a standard was more strict or broad than the standard established in this ordinance was applied. Or option 4, the county made an error in applying a standard or measuring a standard. So if we, as a board, feel that the county did not make an error in their determination on the NOV, and that they correctly applied the standards of the Unified Development Ordinance in making the decision, then we would go with option one. If we feel like the county made an error in determining whether a standard was met, then the record must indicate that that an error in judgment occurred, or facts, plans, or regulations were misread in determining whether the particular standard was or was not met. And then the third one, the decision maker, county, made the decision based on a standard not contained in this ordinance or other appropriate county ordinances, regulations, or state law, or that the standard was more strict or broad than the standard established in the ordinance. I mean, honestly, I think we can probably rule out number three.
A motion needs to be made to accept one of those options. Is that what the story is?
Yeah. Yeah, and then the last one is the county made an error in applying a standard or measuring a standard.
And what he's reading is on page 14 of your packet, if that is helpful. Thank you, Sheree. Page 14, it's in the middle, the appeal review standards. And it's item 1A through D.
I can take a shot at it.
All right, by all means.
So, I'd like to make a motion relative to BOA 20-0385 and Sunny LLC, appeal of two notices of violation dated 6/10/2020 and 7/24/2020 for placing frame-on modular dwelling units within a non-conforming campground located at 1631 Water Lily Road, Tax Map 79, Parcel 1, Poplar Branch Township. And I'd like to make a motion to affirm the decision of the interpretation, that it was not made in error and that the standards were correctly applied.
I second that motion.
I would like to,
Have a second.
okay.
Were you going to
I
second
would like
it?
to rescind that, because it says modular, and we've heard testimony from several people that it is not a modular, it's not stamped a modular, so that is incorrect.
Right, and I understand that that term that was used was also used in some of the correspondence from the applicant to the county as well, so.
Yeah. It's not an on-frame modular,
Yeah.
and that's what the NOV stated that it was.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that in these email communications that have occurred between the county and others, that there have been numerous terms called to these RVs.
Right.
Slash modular, slash trailer, slash camper.
Why don't we pull up the NOV and just look at the language on it? And maybe I can rephrase.
At least one on page 69. It's not the first one, I don't think, but it is.
Okay, maybe I can rephrase.
What page?
Package 52. Nope. That's the same one.
Page 69 has one.
59, yeah.
So the language that was referenced in the notice of violation states that specifically you have located on the property and use as a non-conforming campground 16 on-frame modular dwelling units or cabins, or quote-unquote cabins/cottages as you have described them. Set them on concrete blocks or forms and connected them to utilities. So I don't know that use of that terminology in the NOV was a determination on her part of what they were. I think she was using the terminology that the applicant described them. but she was making a determination on this UDO of what they were not.
In the
And she highlighted manufactured homes here.
Well, if you go on in the second page of the NOV on page 70 in the packet, it goes through the definitions of camper, recreational vehicle, travel trailer. Again, it says, on the modular dwelling units, cabins, cottages located in the property do not meet the definitional criteria of the UDO as camper, recreational vehicle, or travel trailer. In short, she's trying to say, is there anything I can make this apply for? And I can't.
But we've heard testimony that it is an RV. It is a
It's built to an
recreational
RV
vehicle.
standard, and it has a title, and it is called an RV, but according to zoning and according to our Unified Development Ordinance, which is what we deal with here, we're not governed that way. We're governed by, this is what we call it. So you may call it a tomato, I may call it a tomato.
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't, you know, we're using different names of the same thing, but, you know, sometimes, you know, may call something by a different name and it means something totally different to somebody else. In our case, it doesn't matter what you call it. This is what we call it and what we define it as. That's how I see it.
So, and I just, maybe I can help here, and
Yeah.
I understand you two are going to be on opposite ends of, I think, any vote we take. So, what I think that when he was crafting the motion, he was reading directly from the agenda item.
That's what it was.
And so I think that maybe the better motion that I understand, and if you would agree to amend your motion, would be to affirm the notice of violation, and based on that first ground, and I'll flip to it, that there was no error made.
Okay.
I
I
don't
can
think
do
you're
it that
making
way.
the determination that she determined this was a modular. You're affirming the notice of violation. Is that what the two notices of violation?
That's my intent, yes.
And then I understand, Ms. Bontemps, that you have your opinion about the evidence that was presented and your opinion about what these units are, and that they are not, that it's your opinion they're an RV, but I think the motion is on the floor is that that he's moving to affirm the notice of violation, not that he's finding they were modular homes.
I am. I'd like to rephrase.
Yeah, please do.
Relative to the agenda item BOA 20-3085 and Sunny LLC, I'd like to affirm the notice of violation and make a motion to affirm that.
Okay, but the two notices of violation that are listed under that matter?
Yes.
For 6/10/2020 and
For both
7/24/2020.
notices, for 6/10/2020 and for 7/24/2020.
All right, do I have a second?
I second that motion.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries.
Okay, and you got to address the fountain now.
Right, all right, do I have a motion for the fountain?
What was that second part that you were disagreeing with on the fountain aerator?
So on the fountain aerator, let me go back and look at the,
It was whether it was in violation. It was in violation of the letter of determination.
Right.
And I think that the board had discussed that. What I heard was that you were discussing that you were going to make a finding to affirm that denial based on the first ground, that you
Right.
found that the county had the discretion to deny it based on the outstanding NOVs, that there was not enough for you to make a determination about the second part.
right, and that's true. We did not get enough information to make a determination on the second part of that. Do I have a motion on that one? Or did you have a question?
No, I'm confused.
So on that,
Sorry, it's just a little
the
late.
fountain one,
Uh-huh.
there was two parts to the denial. The first was that the county denied the application due to the fact that there was pending compliance issues going on
Right.
elsewhere at the site. But they also cited that it was not in conformance with Laurie Cicero's letter of determination. And so that was not really entered into evidence for us to see, fully whether that part of it was true or not. So I can't make a determination on that. I can make a determination on the first part, that the county has the authority to hold or deny an application based on pending enforcement or compliance issues elsewhere.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, something perhaps to think about is the secondary part of that NOV may have been about the fact that it was non-conforming.
You mean the denial?
Lori
You
said
mean the
that they
denial?
denied it because there was the outstanding.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she
But-
felt it would have been approved.
Well, no, there was two parts of the denial. The part was the first part was the outstanding issue with the trailers.
Right.
And then the second part was that they felt that it was not in conformance with Lori's letter of determination.
Which was about
Ms.
the nonconformity.
And Donna Volva confirmed that as well in her statement as well. She said, she spoke a lot about that it was primarily about the denial because you had an existing NOV and,
Right.
We're not going to get into something else you want until we deal with the problem that you need to address.
Right.
And then once you deal with that, you said then we could talk about it.
Yes, she did say that.
So look, I'm not saying no at this point. I'm saying no right now until we get this done. Then we can talk about it. So,
Right.
But I think that was mainly about the nonconformity issue about
regardless,
entering.
Yeah.
Does it change the outcome in any way? I guess just to.
I don't think it does. I think the denial was.
What your interpretation is of the second part.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think you got to have both. If either one fails, you fail. So you fail because you got an NOV on the table. We got to talk about it. So we're not going to talk about anything else.
I have a question. When it comes to these two different parts, does he or whomever creates a motion have to specifically say why the second part was not valid in their motion? Because that kind of leaves it
Well,
wide
it's
open.
not that it wasn't. It's not that it wasn't valid. I just don't know that enough information was presented to us tonight to be able to determine how valid it
I
was.
think that to protect the record moving forward, that there was two grounds on the basis for the denial of the application. I think you should address both. You can do one motion or two motions. I think there's two grounds for the basis for the denial. I agree with Mr. Miller that if one fails, then ultimately it fails. But there are two bases, and if this is to go up on appeal, I believe you should address both. If you feel like there is not enough, or you feel like there is enough, you should discuss that and make that determination.
Yeah, I don't feel like there was enough information presented, at least not here tonight, for me to make a decision on the second part. I just don't know enough about what all went into the review, and whether that was a complete review, and then whether that review on its own would have resulted in a denial. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't think that was really discussed. The first one, I think is pretty crystal clear. I think they're within their rights to have done what they did, the first part.
Would you like to take a crack at the second motion?
I have some more commentary.
Yeah, go ahead.
It appears that the Court of Appeals said that our decision, which was based on that letter of determination from Lori LaCicero, was valid. So if that was true, then that would mean that her letter was valid, and the reasoning why she said non-conforming would have been valid. So I don't think it's a fact about did not hear enough evidence. We have evidence from the Court of Appeals and from our decision that said that that letter of determination was accurate. So I don't think the secondary part is a point, really, because it was affirmed by the Court of Appeals that our decision was correct.
That's true.
So I don't think we really need to differentiate that because the evidence was already presented. The county did. It was in our packet. The appeal process went through, and they affirmed our decision.
Yep, those are all true statements. Does anyone want to take a shot at a motion?
And if they're going to be both the same, you can do it, I believe, in one motion.
Yeah, I'm all for doing it for one motion, so.
I guess I can try again.
There you go.
Try again. All right. Let's see here.
And you can use that page 14 in your packet, in the middle of that page.
Yep. Thank you. All right. Relative to BOA 21-0285 and Sunny LLC, dated 11/16/2021. I'd like to make a motion to affirm the decision of the interpretation that was made by the planning director relative to that application, both on the grounds relative to an existing NOV as well as a non-conforming campground.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion carries. All right, so at this point, I'll ask if there are any announcements. from The clerk? Anything? Hearing none? All right, at this point, I guess I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you all.